Enter a world. Enter a world. Enter a world.
Here it is.
Next time you need to lose yourself in a jungle of ambient sounds.
Now, for the first time ever,
Digitally recorded.
In case you'd like to hear more,
Here it is.
It's me, Donkus Jonkus Monkus. Hello everyone, happy Monday. What's going on? It's me. Hello. It's live. I'm streaming. Yep. How are we doing? What's going on? How was your weekend? What were you up to? It's the Donkus Jonkus Monkus show. That's right. And it's the first quote unquote political stream of the year. That's right. Oh, I'm a bit low down here. What's going on there? There we go. Sit up straight. Bit of a posture check there. Yeah. And we got all sorts of things to look at. There's loads of stuff that's happened since the last political stream and today. And I've got no idea how we're going to cover nearly next to any of it. Or enough of it, but maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should just move on. Maybe we should stop living in the past and move with the flow of time. That's my advice for anyone. I know it's hard. I know that it can be difficult to do that. But yeah, I think that we should try and do that. But first, let's welcome all the wonderful, beautiful people in the chat. We got Lexi West, we got Muel, we got Shafiq, we got JMM, and who else do we got? We got Lorelei, and we got Yanchafim, Kiri Magic, hello, hello, hello. We got DJ Empirical, Goblin Hugger, and Prince Infidel. How are we all doing? I know, politics went on without us. What a piece of shit bastard. Thoristar's here as well. Hello, Thoristar. How are you all doing? What's going on? Shafiq, can I please get a shout out for Goblin Hugger? You should all go follow Goblin Hugger. They are an incredible streamer. And Zanixi. Zanixi's here as well. How are you doing, Zanixi? Can I get a shout out as well for Zanixi? How are you doing? How are you all doing? My weekend was pretty good. You know, there's a little bit of advice that I want to give people straight up before I get into the stream. And that is that there is a weird culture that we have around the New Year and New Year's Eve and New Year's resolutions and all that kind of stuff. And I would expect that most people in this community know that we shouldn't be, what's the word, adhering to those bizarre expectations that people have on people in the new year. So, you know, the expectation that you got to, as soon as January 1st hits, you got to be out there hitting the gym, grinding down, getting all your stuff out, putting it on the pavement, selling it, doing a wash, all that stuff. You know what I mean? Cleaning your gaff, top to bottom, and all that stuff. My advice to you is fuck all that nonsense. Absolutely fuck it all. Keep, you know, going as you've been going. Do your best. That's all anyone can ever ask of you. And go easy on yourself. It can be overwhelming. The festive period can be overwhelming, even if it's really relaxing. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but it can be. So that's that. Yeah, balls to that. I agree. Yeah. And yeah, I agree. The whole thing just causes anxiety. It does. Yeah, it really does. For sure. I saw the FD Signifier video with you in it. It was tough to see you get quoted. Wait, which one? Am I in a couple? Am I in one? I'm in one. I'm in a FD Signifier video as far as I know. Wait, no, I'm in two. No, am I in two? Oh, I don't fucking know, man. Yeah, I'm in an FD Signifier video. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Maybe the other one that I'm in, is not out yet. I don't know, but that's not for me to talk about. So yeah, I'm definitely in multiple, but I might be in more than that. I'm not even sure, but we'll see, I guess, moving forward. It's so weird because it's like, it's massive, you know, it is massive. Like, old me would have been like, oh my god, like, you know, huge content creator like FD, like, you know, oh, amazing. And it's like, you know, you kind of like, I don't know, the novelty wears off pretty fast. When you realize the reality of being a big content creator online, or like being involved with big content creators online and stuff like that, it's like, oh yeah, the novelty wears off real fast. And that's nothing on FD, that's just in general. That's other content creators all over the shop. Yeah, it's cool that I got friends that are doing really well and shit like that, and you know, it's cool. That's what I mean, Shafiq. Like, I've done so much that I don't even know. Like, I do, like, people get onto me to do, like, line reads for videos quite often. And I'm in, like, a fair few videos doing voice lines and shit. And it's like, which ones have I been in? No idea, can't remember. I've done one for Pim. I've done a couple for Hell to Pay. I've done one for Kiri Magic. I've done one for... I've obviously done... I've been in FD Signifier videos. Oh my god, David J. Bradley. I've done a few for David J. Bradley. I've done a couple for... Oh man, I can't... Now I don't know. Now I don't remember. Now I literally don't remember. So yeah, there you go. Who fucking knows? Muel, can you read this line, please? Bums. I mean, you know, I would do that. I'm an absolute slag for reading lines. Like, I love doing it. It's very easy and fun to do, actually. Like, I'm 90% of the day in front of my PC anyway. So I could just, like, you know, go to fucking Audacity and just go record, and export, WeTransfer, piece of piss, you know? From a viewer perspective, it's always cool when you see content creators reference other ones that you like, and you're like, hey, I like that person. Yeah, exactly, which is why it's good. It's super good to get other people in your videos as much as you can. And collaboration is just fun to do anyway. Like, it actually, like, expands your mind. You know, it increases your perspectives. It increases your knowledge as well. You know, you might be doing a video about something, and someone that you're interviewing for it or whatever might come in and be like, oh, well, I think this. And you go, oh, I'd never thought about that, actually. You know, and it might even change the entire trajectory of the video for you. So it's, yeah, it's super, super good. It's super useful. It's fun and cool to do. Look out for more collaborations in the future from Donkus Jonkus Monkus. yeah, my weekend, yeah, I've just basically been playing Minecraft with my partner, and it's really, like, fun and sweet to see her, like, learning Minecraft. She's dying so much. It's so funny. Like, she's so bad at everything. It's really good. Like, for a while, she was, like, getting blown up by creepers, and then we'd log on, like, you know, this weekend after, like, a week of not playing it. And then she's like, oh, what's this little thing? It's hissing at me. And then it just shows up. She was killed by a creeper. She was blown up by a creeper. So that's fun. That's very fun and funny to witness. I think that she thinks that I get mad at her when we're playing, but I don't. It just, like, I'll tell her something, and then, like, 5 minutes later, she's got ADHD. It's not her fault. Do you know what I mean? I'll tell her something, and then 5 minutes later, she'll just be like, how do I do that? But I'm like that as well, you know? So anyway, at the minute, we're very excited because she's getting a cat in Minecraft, so that's very exciting. And also, what else did we do? What did we do? Oh, she started watching Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And obviously, like, if you've seen Always Sunny, the first episode is the one with the trans woman in it. And obviously, they don't talk about this trans woman in, like, a nice light. But that's kind of like the whole joke. The whole joke is that these people are pieces of shit, and she's just like a regular woman. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with her. She's not like a weird psycho or anything like that. She's just like a regular girl. And my partner was like in two minds about it. She was like, for 2005, it's pretty good. But also, like, you know, they're just talking about her having a penis all the time, and it's like, it's not cool. And I'm like, yeah, that one was a little bit rough to start with, not gonna lie. Like, not gonna lie. But then I said to her, I said, listen, like, you know, it gets more insane. It gets more fucking ridiculous as it goes on in terms of, like, how bad they are. Like, there's literally the episode where it's like the gang gets racist. And then there's like, just the whole character development of, like, Dennis becoming like a psychopathic fucking rapist and shit. It's just like, it just fucks with you so much, and it's like, oh my god. And, like, you know, watching her go through it is extremely funny, because obviously when Danny DeVito enters into the mix, it becomes the funniest fucking shit ever, right? And the way that he just, like, loses his mind. Do you know what I mean? Like, absolutely loses his mind the more and more he, like, you know, fucking gets, I guess, like, into the gang's schemes. But he's also like a wheeler dealer kind of guy anyway. He's a bit of a Del boy, and he just starts to lose his fucking shit. It's like, oh wow, yeah, that is fucking hilarious. She was laughing her ass. There's like a bit where they find out that Danny DeVito is not their real dad. And he, like, has a fucking stroke in a restaurant because he's getting so mad. There's just this bit where he's going, somebody's gonna have to get stabbed, somebody's getting stabbed, and he just, like, has a stroke. And she was fucking pissing herself for, like, a good 20 minutes. I thought she was gonna die. You know when someone's laughing that much and you think, like, I'm worried. I'm actually worried about this person, you know? The first episode, someone showed me a Sunny. They did Blackface. Yeah, they got rid of that episode, innit? Because it was just like, you know, they were trying to do the Tropic Thunder thing of being like, oh, yeah, well, of course these people would think that they are, you know, such good actors that one of them can play a black person kind of thing. But then, obviously, they did the right thing and took that shit down. But that must have fucking sucked, Prince. Like, you know, I actually thought about this the other day. I thought about, like, when I was super ignorant about, you know, Blackface and what Blackface was and shit like that. Like, one of my favorite shows was The Mighty Boosh. And I remember when, you know, I was sat there with my mates, and, you know, I'm sat there and you know, these are people that I've, like, met in fucking, like, work and stuff, and, you know, I've known them for ages, hung out with them for ages, and I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to show them The Mighty Boosh because I think it's weird. Not because I was afraid that they're, like, black guys and they might be, like, oh no, there's blackface in this. Like, I didn't even think it was blackface. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, as white people, we're just, like, so ignorant to that shit. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even come into fucking, like, unless someone points it out to you, you know? And even when someone points it out to you, that fucking white privilege could just overtake, and you're like, wait, no, it's not racist. Wait, what? You know? And then... But then I remember, like, showing it to them, and I'm thinking back now, and I'm like, oh, man, I definitely just showed them I was like, yo, check this out, it's well funny. And then just showed my black friends, like, an episode of, you know, Mighty Boosh, where they're just, like, doing blackface, and I'm like, fucking hell. You know? So, it's kind of like... yeah, it's one of those. I thought about that recently, and then I thought, because I do genuinely remember, like, one of my mates saying to me, like, yeah, I don't want to watch that show. And I was like, but why? It's well funny. And they were like, it's not funny now. I just don't get it, mate. I just don't get it. And it's like, I know why that is now. I know that that's probably because they thought, this guy's so white that he doesn't even know that this is blackface. Do you know what I mean? And they didn't want to fucking get, like... exhausted trying to explain to me why it's fucking offensive. You know, they've not got fucking time. They've not got the energy to do that. And I'm just like, yeah, fuck. Oh my God, what the hell? What was I thinking? But then again, I wasn't thinking, so there you go. But yeah, you know, it's something to think about for sure. Hey Chris, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Chris as well, please, Shafiq? How you doing, Chris? Yeah, we were talking about Always Sunny. My partner started watching Always Sunny. It's fucking legitimately the funniest fucking shit of all time. You made me laugh like that, almost asphyxiating a couple of times, which is funny because I don't actually think I'm that funny. You know? Boosh and the League of Gentlemen were my shit back in the day, but now, yikes. Yeah, League of Gentlemen as well. Like, there's transphobia in there. There's fucking... well, there's transphobia in the Mighty Boosh as well, you know. Transphobia in, like, literally every British fucking comedy that you can think of. But yeah, the blackface is like, oh man, that's no good. That is no fucking good. Similar issue with Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. It's too weird for most people. Can't remember if that one has any problematic stuff. I don't know, because, like, all I can remember from Garth Marenghi, I was way too stoned when I was watching that shit. Which is probably why I didn't get into it that much, because I just didn't know what was happening. And, does Marenghi hold up? Yeah, I think, you know, I actually found this out today. I went for a coffee with a good friend today that's like a big film nerd like me. And we were talking about Garth Marenghi. Who is the guy? What's Garth Marenghi's name? You know, himself, the writer. Like, he writes in it, he stars in it, all that shit. Like, he directed a horror film called Possum, apparently, which is played completely straight. Like, it's not supposed to have any comedy in there or anything like that. And I want to check it out. Wholeness, yeah. And what is it, David Wholeness? And I want to fucking, I want to seriously, like, watch that film, because all I remember about Garth Marenghi is that there was, like, sexism, but it was played, it was supposed to be, like, taking a laugh. It was supposed to be, like, taking the piss out of sexism, like the sexism in, you know, TV shows in the 80s and stuff like that. Oh, is it Matthew Holness? Sorry, that's my bad. Yeah, Matt Holness. He just put out an actual Marenghi book. That rocks. Yeah, wait, just finished watching the trailer to Neil Breen's new movie? Oh my God, Chris, put it in the chat. We're watching that. Chris, we're fucking watching that in a minute. I think I always knew that Little Britain was problematic. Oh yeah, for sure, dude. Like, you know, thinking about Little Britain in terms of, like, you know, it was very, very obvious that that was, like, really bad. You know, because there was just, like, a bunch of stuff in it that was, like, not funny. Like, it just wasn't funny, and it was really cringe, and you could just remember sitting there and being like, this is really cringe. I'm not exactly sure why, but I know that there's something bad going on here. You know what I mean? You know, like the I'm a lady jokes that were just basically transphobia. Yeah, fuck all that. It was real bad. Possum was nuts. Oh, real? Yeah, I want to check that out. No one who's actually funny thinks they're that funny. I appreciate that, Prince. I appreciate that. That's confirmation that I am actually that funny. But now by saying that, I've cancelled it out, and I'm not actually that funny, am I? Hey, Gumba Master, how you doing? Welcome in. You missed Little Britain? You know what? That's fucking rad. That's fucking rad as fuck. Hey, Enderpig, what's going on? Listen, little note to you, and just a reminder for everyone. Recommending stuff to me doesn't work. Don't do it. Even if it's really fucking cool and it's really, really good, it's not gonna work. Even if I really look like I love FD Signifier. But, yeah, it's not gonna, yeah, ain't gonna work. Sorry. Don't do that. You will not be disappointed. Okay, listen, we're gonna check this out in a minute. We're gonna check this out in a minute. Oh, I can't fucking wait. I fucking love Neil Breen stuff. It's so bad. It's already so bad. Is this real? Is this actually real? First uploaded to Vimeo. Oh, it is. Okay, because I was going to say he's not on YouTube, is he? There's not one bit in Little Britain that wasn't punching down. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hey, Kumatori, how's it going? Welcome in. More idiots I deal with at work. Guy offended by my buy flag and told me, you know, you're just labeling yourself. Like, yes, I am. That's why I'm wearing this. Mind you, this dude was wearing a Let's Go Brandon shirt. What a fucking smart guy. Your family still don't get why you don't like that show. Yeah, some people are just too ignorant, right? You know what I mean? Even at the time as a teen, I didn't find Little Britain funny. Super cringe. Very, very cringe. Yeah, wearing a dress is like the whole punchline. It's just so bad. Little Britain straight up had this person is a minority as half their punchlines. Yeah, it's so bad. So bad. He's trying to do the festival rounds right now. He's trying to get this film. Okay, right. Okay. So listen. Listen. We're gonna watch a trailer right now. This is kind of a bit of a stun lock, but not really because you know, it's gonna be enjoyable, I think. But this video that Chris has just put in the chat. This is a trailer for a film by a guy called Neil Breen. And if you don't know Neil Breen, then we can make that the extended goal for this month's movie night. We can watch a Neil Breen movie after we watch The Never-Ending Story, which is what we're going to be watching for movie night if we unlock it. By the way, we've got how long to unlock this? We've got till the end of this week to unlock double feature movie night for this month. So if you want to have a double feature where we watch a Neil Breen movie as well as The Never-Ending Story this month for movie night, then please sub off Twitch. All that kind of stuff. But let's check it out. If you're not sure if you want a Neil Breen film right now, that's okay. Let's check it out and see what it's like. Cade, the Tortured Crossing. I love that this is the font that he's used. It's clearly definitely his font. Like, this is absolutely a film by him. Okay, I got a couple of predictions to make about this. There's going to be a Jesus type character, like a Mary Sue Jesus kind of guy, who can do no wrong and is actually just a misunderstood Messiah, and that's going to be played by Neil Breen. The reason I'm able to make that prediction so confidently is because that happens in every single one of his films. He is just the most smart boy. He knows everything, and that's it. Oh, it's a continuation of Twisted Pair. Yeah, because Cade is one of the names. Cade is one of the names of the twins. The twins in Twisted Pair, which is just Neil Breen green screened on top of Neil Breen. Oh God, I can't even begin to explain it to people.
I think together we can make a success of this project.
Great.
They are.
Oh, he's using a lot of stock footage for this one.
Our heroes. We will never let them down.
Oh, give him the Oscar. Give him the Oscar. He uses so much chroma key. Look at this. Everyone is green screen. Like, okay, what I need to know here is how many of these people are from stock footage, right? Like actual just like stock footage green screen stuff. And how many of these people did he hire to come and stand in front of a green screen? That's what we need to know.
This youth trafficking is disgusting. We had 2 more last night.
Oh, these are cops! These are cops! I couldn't tell for like a second, but these 2 are cops. He's got like a piece of black card around his neck tied with string, and it's got like a kid's toy cop badge on it. That's fucking brilliant.
Trafficking is disgusting. We had 2 more last night.
He can't be real. It can't be real. Mental hospital. Whoa, hold up a second. Actually, his green screen's getting pretty good. I believed that for a second before he walked into the door, because if you look very closely, right, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see this, so I'm going to open a new window just for this in particularly. Let me just hold up real quick, see if I can get this. So let's just zoom right in there real quick. Computer enhance. Right, so if you, oh bollocks. How do I get, right, window capture, right. So if you look here, if you look at the door that he, oh wait, I've gone past it. Hang on. Right. Just look here, chat. It'll be worth it in the end. So if you see, he goes into that door there, right? I'm gonna just enhance this so everyone can see. For a minute, I thought he was actually in this location, but if you look very closely, you can see that the line where the door is, the line where the door is doesn't quite match up with the line where he disappears. Oh, wait, is it? I can't even tell. Wait, hang on. Yeah, no, it's wrong. I knew it was wrong. I fucking knew it was wrong. As soon as I saw it, I was like, yeah, no, he's done that wrong. Fucking brilliant. It's perfect. It's pretty good, but it's not right. It's not correct. This is great. Phenomenal. It's so good, Black. Also, hello, welcome in. When it gets to the shot of the dead person in the surgery room, look very closely to the right of their body. Okay.
What the hell's going on here?
We're doing the best we can. We're trying.
That's not good enough.
Great. This is so good.
Let go!
What's happening?
Help!
What is this? All these people just look like they're asleep. Look at that! Why is that there? This is so good. It's the best. Oh no, really? Did they do this? That's incredible. They like fucking cropped him out of the image, but you don't even need to do that. I don't understand, like, because that just shows like such a bad understanding of editing, because like you don't even have to mask an image down vertically. You can do it like how in whatever shape you want. Like you can even do that in free editing software. Oh my fucking god. Let's just watch a zoomed in computer enhance. So they like paused the footage on the left and then played it when he got into the fucking shot. What the fuck, dude? Why did they do that? I don't understand. Like, I don't even understand. Like, he's fine over here. He clearly walks into the right shot. Do you know what I mean? Like, he walks from the door. Hang on, I've got to analyze this. I must analyze this. Like, he's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that shot, him walking in on the green screen. Why did they need to mask that? Why did they need to mask it? I don't understand. It's blowing my mind. Freeze the dead person so they don't move? Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, that's absolutely what it is. That's absolutely what it is, Prince Infidel, yeah.
I want to see.
Yeah, they're breathing. He's breathing because you can see. It's because you can see the instruments on the chest breathing. That's fucking great.
My money's been going.
Please
That's
don't let them hurt me anymore.
Megan, what do you know about the patient trafficking that's going on here? What do you know about the gene editing research?
They're not in the same room, are they? They're not in the same
You
room.
must know something.
Oh, here's his brother. Here's his good brother.
Increase in the amount of kidnapping
Or bad
of
brother,
youths
I don't
and
know.
runaways that are being used for medical testing. We'd like you to keep a lookout for any irregularities that might happen at your lab.
We can make a difference with it. We will make a difference.
Why is the villain music playing over his face? What? Oh, yes! What? Oh! What?
We've
What is
taken in
happening?
6 new patients this week. We've lost 2.
We can't afford to lose any.
Wait a minute. Just wait a goddamn minute. So much going on. So much is happening. I don't understand.
We've taken in 6 new patients this week. We've lost 2.
We can't afford to lose any. Patients are money.
Wherever there's an injustice, I will be there.
What? So he's a
Wherever there's
judge
a
now?
We will be there. I will never forget.
Oh my god, that audio is so bad. It's so bad. I can't believe he's been...
They are coming for you, my warriors.
What?
This is what I've been preparing you for.
Fuck off! Fuck off, dude! I can't do it. That's the same footage from before. What? It just ends like that? It can't just end. It can't just end like that. Is that legit how the trailer ends? It doesn't even tell you like how to find the you know. Good God, that is so fucking funny. Oh my God, chat. I swear to God. The two fighting at the back, look at their legs. Hold up, Jota. Also, welcome into the stream. How you doing? Oh my God, yeah! Oh my fucking God! Like, check. The ones in the top right, they're like, he's like kicking through her. That's incredible. That fucking shot, it's so good. Oh my God. Wait, the ones at the center? The ones at the center? Wait, what do you mean? These guys? Crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. I love it. I love it so much. This fucking made my day. Well, listen, chat. You know what would make my week? Is if we got to £450 in the January dono goal so we can watch that film on movie night together in the Discord. Why do I ask you to sub off Twitch? Well, listen, chat, if you are financially capable, I would ask you to consider subbing off Twitch rather than giving me a sub on Twitch itself. And that is because Twitch is a platform that does not listen to the voices of marginalized streamers, and therefore it makes it a hostile place for us to exist and do our job and what we love. So therefore, I ask you to consider donating to my PayPal, which you can do via the link which Prince Infidel has kindly put in the chat there for us as I'm talking about it. And I would only ask you to consider donating the same amount that you would subscribe with a Twitch sub, so £5 or $5 basically, respectively. Not only does it mean that we are saying a big fuck you to Twitch, which is not a platform that caters to, as I've said, vulnerable people, it also means 100% of the money that you spend on the stream goes directly to me, your boy, and you get incentives you get incentives to actually donate, and I reward you. And that first one that I'm talking about, God, I can't even fucking speak. I fucking hate streaming so much. Oh my God. Sometimes it just like rolls off the tongue, but sometimes it's like, oh yeah, you don't know what you're on about. Okay, so what I was trying to say just then is the first incentive, of which I've already been talking about, which is if we get to £450, is I don't actually hate streaming, it's fine. £450, we will unlock movie night, and this month in the Discord we're going to be watching The Never-Ending Story, the classic, and also if we get there before the 15th of January, so by the end of the streams this week, which will be, we have until Thursday in order to get there, then we will also be watching this film, Neil Breen film, the Cade, the Tortured Crossing. If not, we'll watch another one. We'll watch Twisted Pair, and then next month we can watch this one if it comes out. I don't even know when this fucking comes out, basically. So whether we could get it or not is another matter, but we can certainly watch Twisted Pair. Also, the final incentive for the month, if we get to £900 before the end of the month, it means that I will be doing a day of playing retro games in terms of like, I'm not just talking popular retro games, I'm talking like awful retro games that you've completely forgotten about. There's a game called Creature that I want to try and get, you know? I want to fucking get that. I want to fucking get that for sure. So yeah, that's what we're planning this month and next month. Also going to be doing a 9-month or whatever, sorry, not a 9-month. I don't know what I'm fucking on about here. We're also going to be doing an extended 8-hour extra stream, not this week, but next week on the 20th of January. And in that stream, I'm going to be streaming for about 8 hours long. It's going to be real fun. We're going to be playing a bunch of games and shit like that. And we're going to be doing giveaways all fucking day. And you could win a game if you actually turn up to that stream. So 20th of January, mark it in your diaries. In the meantime, sub off Twitch and we can unlock those bonus streams and movie night as well. Also, it just means that I get to like literally survive. By the way, I just realized I've got like my alerts turned off and shit. Gumba Master, thank you so much for the £10.25.
Get that Breen in your tank.
Thank you so much for donating. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate that a lot. I can't believe I just still had my fucking alerts off from yesterday with Red Planet. Apologies, everyone, but yeah, there we go. Sorted it out in the end. Anyway, let's move on. Let's catch up with the chat. What's going on? What have I missed? It's honestly impossible to understand the story based on this trailer. It's like a proper trailer. Makes you want to see the movie. Uh-huh. That's true. The two fighting at the back. Look at their legs. Yeah, I missed it. I got that as well. Also, welcome in Jota Paykorvuja and also that Sasha B. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad that this has made your day, Prince Infidel. That fucking rocks. I've now witnessed absolute perfection. Yes, we must watch it. Is the movie night command updated for this month? I think so. Yeah, there you go. It's been updated. Yeah. But I should put the films in that we're going to be unlocking, to be honest. I should put that in there as well. I'm not going to be doing that now. You talking about all British TV shows, Brass Eye was a little messed up? Wait, what do you mean? I accidentally seen an episode when I was way too young to watch it. That's not my fault. I didn't make you do that. I don't know what you're on about. It was a little messed up. You're referencing something that I've got no memory of. I don't know what you're on about. I have talked about brass eye, but I don't know what you mean in terms of it being a little messed up. But yeah, inform me, elaborate. Anyway, listen, chat, we're gonna get into the stream proper now. Thank you for stun locking me like that. Really appreciate it, Chris. Actually, very, very, very awesome. But we're going to crack on. We're going to get into the politics section of the stream. So we are switching over to the politics. Game has been updated, politics. And we are going to be taking a quick look at Twitter. There's some stuff out here that we're going to be watching.
On top. Then we have
this first one. We got some content warnings. Hold up. We got some content warnings for you to be aware of. I hope you can actually like see this because it's very small on my screen. You should be able to see that, yeah. So we're going to be talking about some stuff regarding sexual abuse, cultural appropriation, and fascism today. So if that's not your bag, if that's going to fuck you up, maybe the stream is not for you today. Content warning Twitter, that's right. I was 6 and seen the episode on pedos. Anyways, apologies. Still confused. Still confused. Again, nothing to do with me. I didn't make you do that. Don't know what you're on about. But welcome in regardless. Yeah, we're going to be in the politics channel. It's rare that I do this, but, well, it's not actually. It's just been a while since I've done it. God, Twitter is so broken right now. So fucking broken right now. Right, we're going to start this with this girl who appears to be appropriating multiple cultures at once. And let's take a look and see what she's got to say.
Roar! What's up, warriors? This is what I'm having for breakfast today. This is an animal-based diet with the most nutritious foods on the planet, sought after by our ancestors.
What do you mean, sought after by our ancestors? What does that mean? I know what Sasha means. I think the pedophilia episode was pretty fucked up, so even more so given what we found out later, I can go into detail another time. Oh yeah, sure, yeah, I have literally no fucking idea what that person's on about. Yeah, let me know in like the mod chat or whatever, yeah.
We're gonna start off with some raw beef liver, nature's multivitamin. Then we've got
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, sorry. I muted the mic because I wanted to fart, and then yeah, I completely forgot about that. I've forgotten everything that I've said as well. Like, so I don't know. You've been robbed. You've been robbed of all that content. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, listen. I didn't get much sleep last night, chat. So bear with me. Forgive me. I'm sorry. What I was saying that whole time is that she's coming into the fucking, she's coming on the screen and she's got this like unhinged look on her face. I'm scared of this lady, I'm not gonna lie. You know, she's brandishing a weapon, she goes hunting and stuff like that. And that's fine. I'm not about to have a go at people who hunt. You're more than okay to hunt in my eyes, you know, it's one of those things. Go ahead and do it. But like, you know, when someone says this is an animal-based diet, no one says that, right? Nobody fucking says that. No one says, I eat an animal-based diet. They don't. And as fucking DJ Empirical was saying in the chat, like, this is just railing against vegans. Like, listen, I know that some people think that vegans are annoying, and look, like, some people are annoying. There are some vegans that are annoying. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that doesn't exist. Just like there are some leftists that are annoying, and they make bad points and they don't do anything for the cause, etc. But what's even more annoying is people getting annoyed at vegans. Like, I have to fucking admit, like, I'm not a vegan. Like, my partner's a vegan. I got a lot of friends that are vegans and stuff like that. But, like, you know, I would never have a go at people for being a vegan and wanting to not hurt animals. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's literally, like, fine to be a vegan and good to do that, right? So, yeah, like, essentially, this person is just going straight in with the anti-veganism. You know what I mean? Meat nutcases are at least as bad and don't even have the morality. That's what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? Like I would say they're worse. I would say they're generally worse. Vaguely Native American music. Yeah, like, is this person indigenous? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not about to make an assumption based on what someone looks like. You know what I mean? Lots of people were shocked recently to find out that Andrew Tate is biracial, so I'm not going to sit here and be like, look at this white woman doing this. But, like, I don't know, man. I don't know anything about this person, but, like, it's just giving me... It is kind of giving me appropriation vibes, so I've just put it there just in case, you know? Anyway... But it's always raw meat as well. It always, like, the first thing she goes into is, like, it's raw. And if this person has a British accent, by the way, is everybody noticing that?
Diet with the most nutritious foods on the planet, sought after by our ancestors. We're going to start off with some raw beef liver.
That's a British accent, isn't it? That is a British accent, right? Am I losing my mind? It could be Aussie. Yeah, it could be Aussie, but, like, I've never fucking seen... In Australia, they don't have, like, autumn, do they? They just don't have that. It doesn't exist. No, I'm joking. Of course they do. But, like, I don't know. Maybe she is Aussie. Maybe she is. You know, in which case, like, you know... Look, it's entirely possible that an indigenous North American person moved to Australia... or whatever, and, like, or maybe this person is, like, part indigenous Australian, I don't know, but, like, Anglo style accent in it, you know what I mean? And also, yeah, papaya, yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Nuba, and welcome to the chat. Yeah, she's got the papaya here with some yogurt in it. We're gonna get onto that in a minute. Yeah, let's crack on.
Some raw beef liver, nature's multivitamin.
Is it? Is that nature's multivitamin, or is nature's multivitamin just like a lot of different fruit? That's what I want to know.
Then we've got a grass-fed, grain-free beef patty cooked in butter.
Thank you for the follow. There is nothing more annoying than people who think that saying the names of different types of meat in, like, a loud, boorish way is funny and cool. Like, there's nothing more annoying than that. I genuinely, like, you know, fucking, like Epic Meal Time and shit like that, where they were, like, doing the, like, bacon strips and bacon strips and the reason that was, thank you for the follows, the reason that was funny was because they were, like, chill about it. They were kind of there going, like, bacon strip, like whispering about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why it was funny. Like, someone sat there and going, beef, like, fucking shut up. Like, I swear to God, like, even the most, like, you know, annoying vegan out there is not gonna be like oat milk or, like, soy. Like, they don't do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't exist. Like, it's beyond. You know what I mean? There is no comparison to this in vegan sort of circles. It's just absurd. Absolutely absurd.
With some organic local cheese on top. Then we have an organic local papaya with unsweetened coconut yogurt and an above.
Okay, so I think she is Aussie. And can you get... Is papaya local... Is papaya from Australia? I don't know, maybe it is. The wet tropics, North Queensland. Oh, okay, yeah. So you can get papayas in Australia, yeah. So apparently, unfortunately, Nuba F, I think you can get papayas in northern Australia. So there you go. But anyway, let's crack on. An abundance of honey on there as well. I mean, like, you know, she started this off by saying that this is, like, you know, sought after by our ancestors. Right, and she's not really specified who our ancestors are or who her ancestors are. She's talking about, like, uncultured butter, like, what, cooked in butter?
Patty cooked in butter with some organic
Like, what is this cultured butter? What's that? You know? Dave, thank you so much for the 14 months of Prime.
Raw liver and honey.
I love raw liver and honey. It's my favorite. Yeah, you know, like, it's just absurd, isn't it? It's like...
cheese on top. Then we have an organic local papaya with unsweetened coconut yogurt.
Like, who was getting coconut yogurt of ancestors? Like, if we're talking like going 1,000 years back, like, sure, yogurt probably existed. But, like, did they flavor it with coconut?
And an abundance of honey on there as well. And we're going to finish off with some raw goat's milk kefir.
Oh, fuck off, dude. Like, I can't, like, I legitimately, like, I do not understand this, like, raw milk shit that all these fash love. I have no idea what the fuck is going on with that shit. It's like, oh, yeah, I love raw goat's milk directly from the fucking tit. You know, I just sucking it out there like a fucking freak.
Yeah.
You know?
That's how you do it.
That's how you do what? Who is this, by the way? It's a lifestyle. This is this lady. She's called Shannon JPEG. All right, let's do a bit of diving, folks. What we got? What we got on Shannon? What's going on? Meme dealer JPEG culture. Crypto, wellness, and unwoke culture. Social media scientist. That's not real. That's made up. What is this? Consulting. Consulting for what? I love that. You know what I love more than anything, yeah? Do you know what I love more than anything? I love when people offer consulting services. Consulting for what? I don't know. But just generic consulting. Yeah, I love that. It's always very trustworthy. It's always very normal. Yeah, it's going to be good. You're going to enjoy that. It's going to be worth your time and your money. She's promoting something here called Life Cycle. What is this? Mushroom biotechnology, coffee waste into mushrooms. We create high-quality, bioavailable, and full-spectrum liquid extracts. Biohacking. Are they talking about, like, magic mushroom or what? Like, what kind of mushroom are we on about here? Bitcoin, NFTs. She loves all that shit. Join my Discord. Do not do that, chat. Don't do it. Someone else posted this and it went viral without tagging me. We can do it again. Oh, what? She can, like, do this fucking gymnast shit? I mean, that's pretty cool, not gonna lie, but doesn't stop her from being, like, a horrific reactionary. Yo, that's sick. That's actually sick, but, you know, I'd probably be shouting about it a bit more if you weren't a fucking freak. Climate change is now the leading cause of death among young athletes. This has to be fucking... This has to be fake. She has to be fucking... Is this real? I can't tell. What is this? I don't understand. Like, I'm sure the CIA had nothing to do with what's happening in Brazil. I mean, that's... Okay, what the fuck? What they claim an aborted fetus looks like versus what an actual aborted baby looks like. I genuinely cannot figure out if she's being legit or not. I genuinely can't. I don't understand. How soon till Skynet? Like, I love how it was basically confirmed the CIA killed JFK, but it was so unsurprising and common sense that we just kind of went, yeah, and moved on. Oh, she's Shoe on Head's friend. Oh, okay. That explains fucking everything. All right. Moving on. Moving on. So that's who that person is, and that's why she's an absolute fruit. Not fucking lying. What a fruitcake. Anyway, laters. Next, we got some more anti-vegan propaganda over here. Hey, AJ, what's going on? Welcome in. Good to see you. We also got Pablo.png. Hello. How's it going? Good to see you. I don't know who that is. That's good. That's fine, and that's actually good for your mental health. Don't worry about it. We're not going to be going into that any further. Don't worry. Anyway, let's take a look at this guy. We got some more anti-vegan nonsense over here. We got this guy who's definitely a normal, real guy. Absolutely normal, real guy. He definitely is just out here looking like this. No, it's fine, Shafiq. Yeah. No, AJ's all good. You know the score. We spoke about this on Sunday. Yeah, it's fine. Yesterday, even. So here we go. Right. Let's see what he's saying. I love that he starts the video with this face as well. This is very good and normal. I love this face. Yeah, just keep having this face.
So we're in the dairy section now of Target, which is a perfect opportunity to highlight the plant-based milk alternatives. Oatly was the first one that came to mind, and these companies know what they're doing, right? Especially a company like this, another billion-dollar company, huge marketing teams, and they know how to create aesthetic labels, logos, packages that draw you in. Like when you look at the blue, even compared to some of the real milk products, your eye is naturally drawn towards this. It's like that greenwashing that we're talking.
Bro, it's got fucking oat on the front of it. I swear to God. Bro, it has in big letters oat milk, right? And then Oatly. Like oat, there, right there. What the fuck are you talking? I've got that shit in my fucking fridge. I love Oatly. Do you know what I mean? It's literally the best alternative to milk, if you ask me. You know, and it's like, what the fuck is he on about? It's got nothing on Lidl's oat milk. I have Lidl's oat milk just because it's cheaper, but yeah, if I can afford it, I'm gonna get Oatly for sure. $10, he says it's less healthy. Oh yeah, he's gonna say that, yeah.
It looks aesthetically good, it looks healthy, but again, when we actually go to the ingredients label, which is really what matters, it's another list of Frankenfood products.
Okay, what here is Frankenfood products? So we've got oat base, water and oats, 2% or less of low uric acid, right? That's like a normal thing that they add to lots of stuff. You know, in order to, like, I don't know, it's like a preservative kind of thing. Rapeseed oil, dipotassium phosphate, that's like you know, an additional vitamin there to sort of like, you know, boost up the vitamins inside it. Calcium carbonate, same deal. Tricalcium phosphate, same deal. Sea salt for flavoring. Dicalcium phosphate, again for vitamins. Riboflavin, vitamin A, vitamin D2, vitamin B12. That's all natural vitamins that are good for you, and they add that to the milk because some of the vitamins are lost in you know, obviously in like going from real milk to oat milk, right? So let's see what he says. Yes, does this dude understand the amount of processing bovine milk has to go through to be drinkable for humans? This guy is probably one of those raw milk idiots as well. Like, you know, like, what's the thing that can happen to you if you have, you know, what's the shit that can happen to you if you have raw milk? Isn't it like it gives you fucking salmonella or some shit? Yeah, oil and vitamins, terrifying Frankenfood, you know?
Go to the ingredients label, which is really what matters. It's another list of Frankenfood products.
Hey, Mark.
Low uric rapeseed oil.
Did this motherfucker literally just say rapeseed oil is a... Is that what he said? Did he say rapeseed oil is a Frankenfood? It's a natural oil from plants, you absolute plank. What the fuck is he talking about? Salmonella, E. coli, among others.
Potassium phosphate, and the list just goes on and on. So again, it's not about the front or the packaging, it's about the actual ingredient list. And again, it's going back to the return to real foods, grass-fed, organic milk, not this crap. If it's not made by a mammal, it's not milk. It doesn't matter what these companies label it.
Bro, nobody is trying to say that this came from an animal. Nobody is trying to... No one's tricking you, dude. No one is sat there trying to get people like you to drink... Like, this guy fundamentally doesn't understand how capitalism works, yeah? And this is like... This is not just something that people like this struggle with, right? This is like... Look, capitalism is not going to stop producing cow's milk anytime soon. It just won't happen. There's too much of a profit incentive. You're not going to get farmers to, like, you know, leave their jobs and shit like that. It just won't happen, right? You have to remove a profit incentive in order for any actual change to happen. All that's happened is free market capitalism, which is something this guy probably loves, has allowed someone to create a different fucking market for a different type of milk so they could go, I don't want to drink cow's milk anymore, so here it is. That's what it is. Do you know what I mean? So absurd. I swear to God. Fundamentally, deliberately pretends not to understand. Yeah. Lewis Black did this bit like 10 years ago without shitting on vegans in the process. Yeah, I imagine. It's just so dumb. So fucking dumb. Swear to God. Is it just me, or is this such a similar framework to how TERF rhetoric works? I'm glad you brought that up, Enderpig. So I did a tweet the other day where I was talking about how, like, the right wing basically are appropriating leftist aesthetics and words at the minute. It's something that's been happening for a while, but they're doing it more and more and more. And that's because they know that our movement is attractive. They know that the leftist ideology, just in general, whether you're a communist, an anarchist, whether you're an anti-fascist or whatever, you know, it's an attractive ideology because it's the right ideology. It's the good ideology, right? And I think that, like, you know, when they come here and, you know, and they're saying things like, oh, they're trying to trick us into thinking it's not milk so that we'll drink milk and that it's going to happen. It's like, you know, you could reword that to be about capitalism quite easily, couldn't you? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like, yeah, they take things like civil disobedience. They take things like, you know, like that. Like the big one is recently over the weekend was like, oh, Andrew Tate is a POC, and so Greta Thunberg was being racist actually when she called him out for his massive sex trafficking pedophilia ring, right? Which actually she didn't do. By the way, that's not a thing that she did. So yeah, it's kind of shit like that. And also, I will, like, verge into talking about how, like, all of his followers are now talking about the Matrix and, like, how he's been detained because the Matrix has come to get him. That is, like, leftist shit. Like, again, the red pill, right? The red pill, famously, we all know, is estrogen. Like, the Matrix was written by 2 trans women, for God's sake. And, you know, it's literally like, right, this is what they're trying to say, Blake. They're trying to be like, oat milk is alienation from the teat, right? So it's so absurd. So, you know, in terms of how this relates to what TERFs do, yeah, it's like TERFs will sit there and they will try and say that, you know, trans people are tricking people, like, quote unquote, tricking people into, I don't know, like, having sex with them, or it's like absurd. Like, you know, just generally absolutely unhinged nonsense. Trying to come from the understanding and ideology of feminism, right? But it doesn't work because feminism includes trans women. It includes anyone who's a woman, and in fact, it includes men who want to liberate themselves from the patriarchy. So, you know, like, it's just absolute fucking nonsense. But yeah, they're trying to appropriate our words, our language. They're trying to appropriate everything that we do in order to appear attractive, you know, or at least muddy the waters to the point where people will be like, huh, that guy sounds like a leftist. The funny thing about this that is going to be a little bit different is, like, how far are they willing to go? Are they willing to, like, actually attack capitalism in order to try and confuse people into supporting them? Are they going to actually, like, you know, rail against capitalism and then everyone will be like, yeah, great. But then it turns out that they're like a fash dickhead. And then everyone's like, wait, you're a fascist. And that's the end of it. You know, I don't fucking know. Who knows how that's going to go? But this is something we got to be aware of, chat, you know? But yeah, this guy's an idiot. Let's move on. So anyway, a little bit of stuff about the Brazil coup. Can't really call it a coup, to be honest. I gotta say, can't really call it a coup. It's probably more like fucking, you know, just guys wandering around. That's why the title of the stream is what it is today. You know, these guys think they're doing a fucking revolution, but all they've done is, like, break into a government building and wander around a bit. You know, that's all that's fucking happened. Hey, Zach, what's going on? Can I get a shout out for Zach Ab, please? So here we got someone here talking about the Omaha Police Department was organizing an arms trade with the far-right extremists 88 Tactical, who've been training Bolsonaro supporters for years. This seems important. If this loads up. Brazil is currently on high alert amid signs its fascist leader is planning a self-coup to despotically seize and retain power. Bolsonaro loyalists have had years of training from Omaha's 88 Tactical and U.S. law enforcement. This was on September 6, 2021. And then this person is taking a screenshot of his own tweet. A few weeks ago, emails came out that Omaha Police Department in Nebraska was organizing an arms trade with shooting range called 88 Tactical that has ties to far-right extremism. OPD agreed to exchange $45,000 worth of items for only $3,000 worth of items from 88 Tactical. So very fucking interesting. Love that. I love that everybody, is understanding what's going on here. I love that it's dead obvious, right? You know? For those of you not in the loop, somehow 88 is white supremacist code for Heil Hitler. Maybe a police department, presumably one that investigates hate crimes and white supremacist gang, should know that. Omaha police. So, yeah, very fucking interesting, right? Love that. So there you go. That's gonna come back when we check out the Brazil fash breaking into the government buildings later on. So some at home for people in the UK fascism here. This is from Far Right Watch Wales. Go follow Far Right Watch Wales on Twitter. Just if that's something you're into, if you want to be aware of the fascism that's growing in the UK at the moment. So in a post on our Facebook page today, we report that far-right thugs connected with a hate group, Voice of Wales, have intimidated and harassed retail workers in South Wales twice this week. Now, I checked this out earlier on Facebook, and it was a little difficult to sort of parse as to what was happening. So I had a little look into it, and it looks like these guys are doing the whole, they're trying to enforce gender ideology on people at certain retail stores in Wales. So they got a post here saying, James from Students Against Tyranny and Sasha from Banners on Bridges came across some drag-related toys aimed at very young children. We put all the toys in baskets and asked to speak to the manager, who swiftly took it off the shelves until she spoke to the general manager. So they're just going into shops in Wales and, telling people, like getting mad at people and telling them to take stuff off shelves. Very normal, very cool stuff. Guy there looking like an absolute dweeb, by the way, with a t-shirt on. I don't know if you can read it. It says, "I am anti-Antifa." Which, by the way, if you don't know what that means, it means that he is anti-fascist. And if you're not an anti-fascist, if you're anti-fascist, what does that mean? Exactly. Well, yes, it would mean that you're pro-fascist, wouldn't it? That is what that is. And this guy, James Harvey, he's the one to watch. He's just like, I don't want to invalidate how dangerous these guys can be, because, these are literally like people who could end up like finding a fucking gun and murdering multiple people or something like that. Do you know what I mean? In terms of being aware of this guy, very important to be aware of this guy, but he is a fucking dweeb, right? He is an actual dweeb. So anyway, moving on from that. Last thing that I wanted to check out, but I don't know if I've got time for that today. We're just kind of coming up to like, holy shit, I've been streaming for an hour and almost 20 minutes. That's wild. But this is a person that I've been following on Twitter for a while, Bay Grills, aka Hugh Vaxman, and this is about what it's like to be bisexual, the politics of loving men. I don't know how long the article is. If we've got time at the end of the stream, I'll read it. But yeah, I'm very fucking interested to read this, and I want to hear what he's got to say regarding being a bisexual guy. Just in general. So yeah, that's it. That's the Twitter bit. That's the Twitter bit for the time being. We're done with Twitter. You can all relax. It's all fine. And yeah, let's catch up with the chat and see what's going on there. What do I got? How you doing, Zach? It's good to see you. I was lurking in your stream earlier this morning. I was just very, very, very tired. These are the guys who are angry about vegans eating things shaped like burgers. Just eat meat, you guys. Right, exactly, yeah. This oat milk literally turned my son gay. Yeah, same. Me too. My definitely real son. Mark Salmon said it's very common in the right wing to take something completely normal and make it sound as unnatural and disgusting as possible, like the way TERFs talk about trans people. Yep, 1000%. You know there's no such thing as soy milk. It's because there's no soy tea. Lewis Black. Oh, shit like that. It's fucking dumb, man. Ridiculous. Back when my back didn't hurt as much. Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, I figured that out. They did facilitate entry, though. Wait, what happened? It was a pathetic attempt at something. They did facilitate entry, though. The Brazilian coup had a color swap version of the MAGA shaman. Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. Is that actually someone who was there? What is this link that you stuck in here? Military police taking photos and joking with the mob that just invaded Brazil's democratic institutions. Yeah, we took a look at that. Yeah, we took a look at that last night. We're going to talk about that now, by the way. So yeah, let me just get the scene set up for that. But like, yeah, it's obvious. Like the police help fascists. Like, what do we not know? What are we learning here, chat? You know what I mean? This is just very fucking normal fash police alliance shit. Like the police allowed Brazil's Bolsonarists to enter the government buildings. They decided to, like, you know, just pretend it wasn't happening or give them a police escort and take pictures with them. 90% of the police force probably love Bolsonaro. You know what I mean? Anyone that gives the police force, you know, more powers, more money to get weapons and empowers them to, like, shoot black people, you know, they're gonna fucking love that shit, aren't they? So, of course, they're, like, legitimately Bolsonarists. So, a very dumb coup. And I'm gonna put that in quotation marks because it wasn't really a coup. They didn't really manage anything. In fact, I'm gonna put coup attempt. Because, let's face it, chat, this was worse. I'd argue this was like, you know, not even like you would think. Yeah, you would think that if fascists literally wanted to take control of a country, take control of a, you know, a government building or something like that, they would look at what fascists have done in the past and go, oh, we should do this differently, right? Because they fucked up in this regard. But they just did the same thing, which makes it more idiotic. Like, it's like, what is even happening here? So content warning here for just, I guess, fascists strolling around. That's the content warning. That's what I've got for you. That's what we're about to check out. So yeah, that's what we're having a look at now. Thank you for the link, Nuba F. But yeah, this is footage of the military police just taking photos and joking with the mob that just invaded Brazil's democratic institutions. So let's take a look at this video. So, you know, they're exactly the same as the American fascists, the MAGA chuds, the QAnon chuds and shit like that. They're just wearing, like, Brazilian flags. They've all got baseball caps. They've all got shades. Do you know what I mean? They all think they're, like, super fucking cool. They think they're doing the best thing in the world, but it's incredibly cringe and nothing is happening, you know? Yeah, so that's that right there. That's that. Is there anything else in this thread that we could take a look at? I don't think there's anything else that we could see. Let's see what Anna Flor's talking about. She's a journalist, appears to be a Brazilian journalist. So let's see if we can get any more footage of the actual shit that was going down. Oh, okay, so here's some guys getting arrested. Are they all just wearing, like, police? Are they all just wearing, like, football shirts? Is that what they're wearing? Are they literally just wearing football shirts? That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Is that what's happening? Also, Three Bears Gaming is in the chat. Did I see that? Did I? Yes! Please go and follow Three Bears Gaming. How you doing? Welcome in. That's absurd. Wait, they stole the Celestio shirts? Wait, they stole these shirts that they're wearing now. Is that what happened? The police force were the ones blockading the roads to try and stop Lula winning during the election. Bolsonaro just lost. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I guess, like, the thing to be aware of, chat, is that, like, in these photos that you're gonna see of, you know, these Brazilian fascists, the main thing that people are pointing out is that there's so many of them. But Brazil is a massive country, right? And even though there's loads of them there, they're still fucking a minority, right? As Prince Infidel pointed out, oh no, not Prince Infidel, sorry. As Kiri pointed out, they were, like, Lula voters were stopped from voting. Like, the amount of people who were stopped from voting for Lula in the presidential election is, like, way worse than what it would have been in the US. In the US, it's like, okay, it was like 52%, 48%, kind of like Brexit, which is why the Republicans are so mad. Like, there was a similar result in the Brazilian election, but the reality of it in Brazil is that there are way more left-wing supporters, like, way fucking more. Do you know what I mean? So that's something that's important to remember. You know, Lula was greeted at his inauguration with, like, you know, crowds of like 1 million and shit. Like, it was absurd. Nuba says, I live in the northeast region, which is almost entirely pro-Lula, and they blocked several roads here. Yeah, absolutely. And they're literally like, here's the thing. Like, oh, cheers for the link. Shafiq, I appreciate that. And here's the thing, it's like, you know, what do you think the Brazilian people would vote for? Like, you know, 5 more years of a guy that has done nothing for the working class of Brazil, a guy that has let hatred and bigotry just run rampant on the streets, on the favelas, like everything. Do you know what I mean? They're not gonna want that. Like, people don't fucking want that. Do you know what I mean? Like, legitimately. So it's one of them. Yeah, thanks, Nuba. Thanks for sending it in. Keep sending links if it's not a problem. Yeah, go for it. The only issue is I can't, like, read... I can't read Portuguese. You know what I mean? Gotta love our state of Sierra Brothers. Wait, what does that mean, South by? Also, welcome to the stream. How you doing? So, yeah, you know, like... It's just kind of one of those things. Like, there's not really much to report on. Like... They tried to start a fire in there. They tried to, you know, they smashed up a bunch of stuff. They sat in the seats of the people who were like, you know, that they don't like and shit like that. And that's it, really. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of like the long and short of it. Oh, it's just a video? You want me to check out the video? Yeah, I'll check out the video, yeah. Yeah. Well, we got a video here. Let's have a look. So, can we get some Oh, hang on a sec. Skip to 17 seconds. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So here's a bunch of footage from it, yeah.
Os vândalos que invadiram Brasília nesse domingo são parte de uma
Oh, check. So like some of them they got like tear gas grenades and shit like that.
A normalização do bolsonarismo, aquela deslegitimação de que é só lacração, culminou com o atentado.
So these like armored guys here, like who are these? Are these like the National Guard? Because I know eventually the National Guard or a security force was sent in at some stage, and they like literally like fucking, you know, got to They got a bunch of people arrested, like 200 people have been arrested or something like that, right? Hey, Emmy, welcome in.
Culminou com o atentado à democracia. O novo governo nem assumiu. Faz uma semana.
What's this guy? What's this guy got? Oh, he's just tying his shoelaces, fine.
Para que a sociedade civil se manifeste a ponto de questionar a legitimação desse governo.
So yeah, it's like, it looks like there's fucking loads of them, and yeah, there are, but generally speaking, they're still a minority. Like, the people who are going to be here are going to be petty bourgeoisie, voters of Bolsonaro. They're going to be people who are like, you know, they're like construction, they own construction firms, or they have like management businesses, or they have like investment firms, landlords, shit like that. It's going to be all kinds of people like that, like petty bourgeois people. Like, yeah, there's going to be some working class racists in there. I'm not saying that there are no such thing as working class racists, because there are, right? But like, generally speaking, it's just going to be majoritively the minority of Brazil, right? That's what it's going to be.
A gente viu nesse domingo foi cair a última pedra.
And again, it's like, what did they achieve? They achieved nothing. Lula is still in office today. You know, he released a statement about it today saying that, like, you know, democracy is super important, you know, and the people of Brazil have to stand together. And it's super, super, like, a piece of shit thing to do to try and overturn democracy, and that's not going to happen. So there you go. There you go. Apparently Bolsonaro is in hospital again. Well, I wish him I wish a swift end to his illness. Yeah, I mean that absolutely seriously. I don't want anyone in chat saying the same thing. Don't do that. Don't do that. The architect who designed all those buildings was a communist, Oscar Niemeyer. Yeah, I think I heard of that before. Yeah, for sure. I feel like with the 21st century levels of class consciousness, there's little correlation between class and political views. It's very common for working class people to be far right in my country. Generally speaking, yeah. I'm going to push back on that and say that it's a bit of a reductive take. I can't speak for Brazil, right? I can't speak for Brazil, but I can speak for the UK. And we're one of the most neoliberal fascist countries in the world. Right? We literally are. And the working class if they are, you know, if they have bigoted views, if they have bigoted opinions, they're far more likely to understand the plight of marginalized people more than, you know, someone who's in the petty bourgeoisie, someone who's completely far removed from that. Like a white bricklayer is going to understand that he's got more in common with a black bricklayer than the guy who owns the construction company. Like, they're gonna understand that, and nine times out of 10 they do. And that's not to say that it's perfect. It's not to say that all working class people are not bigoted and stuff like that. Like, I don't want to repeat myself. Like, I'm repeating myself here. Like, I'm not saying that working class bigots don't exist. Like, they do. But generally speaking, who makes up the majority of the working class? You know, answer that question, right? The answer to that is marginalized people. They make up the majority of the working class. You know? Whether it's like white disabled people or white queer people and shit like that. Obviously people of color and shit like that. Like, you know, there are minorities within majorities and majorities within minorities, right? So we have to bear that in mind, and when we're talking about this stuff, and we have to bear in mind the fact that, like, working class is not an exclusive term to, like, a certain type of person. Do you know what I mean? Like, not every every racist is not working class. Like, not every racist person is working class, and also not every working class person is racist. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing to be gained from saying, you know, from sort of like, you know, getting into classism and saying there's no point in talking to poor people because they're all racist, right? Like, what are we gaining from that? We're not gaining anything from that. Anyway. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, populism is to blame. They use fake populism to gain support from the working class, and they turn working class people against each other. But generally speaking, as I say, you know, working class people, when they come together, they understand very, very quickly, very, very easily that, you know, that shit is all nonsense. It's all blown out of proportion, and actually, you know, the black people are not here to steal our jobs. The immigrants are not here to steal our jobs. The queers aren't trying to groom your children into being queer and trans. You know what I mean? Like, it happens a lot easier than trying to communicate with somebody who is a bit more privileged, a bit more middle class, a bit more bourgeoisie, right? So anyway, moving on from that, again, there's not much to cover regarding this. Like I say, it's done, it happened, it was not a success, which is a surprise more than anything. It is a surprise that they didn't actually achieve anything, because I remember covering the January 6th sort of coup attempt, protest, insurrection, whatever you want to call it. And I remember thinking like, damn, this sucks. It's gonna inspire fascists all over the world to do similar things, like maybe in the UK, maybe in places in the imperial periphery, like, and it happened in Brazil, but the same result. Everyone now thinks the right wing in Brazil are just like useless fuckheads, and they're like, I don't know, they're just a mob that doesn't have any kind of goals, and they didn't achieve anything, and that's the end of it, So, good job, guys. You did great. Real smart. Everybody's out here feeling sorry for your movement now. Everybody's out here being like, yeah, that was a good thing that they did. I'm glad that they did that. Anyway, moving on. We are now going to be watching a leftist video essay. Can you believe it, chat? This one is from Tara Mooney. We love Tara Mooney. Very excited to check this one out. Sometimes Tara will make a video, yeah? And it will be like, oh, she's made this for me. Like, I've thought about this in the past, and she's read my mind. And this is for me. Right? Obviously, that's not the case. She doesn't read my mind. No one can read my mind. My mind is an impenetrable fortress. Tara Diddle Tardigrade, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really appreciate that. Chat, we are now currently at £215.91. That means that we're £230-ish, £235 away from the middle goal, from the halfway goal, to unlock the double feature movie night. So please, if you can, if you are financially capable, please consider subbing off Twitch. How would they achieve anything? There was no one important in there at the time. Even Lula was out in SP. Yeah, that's another thing about the Brazilian, insurrection attempt kind of thing. Yeah, is that they did it on a day when their parliament or their congress was like out. They just like were like not even in there. Oh my god, Bears!
You're a good one, Muley.
I am a good one, Muley. Thank you so much, 3 Bears Gaming, for the £5. I don't know if it's Herb or Lucas watching today, but welcome in. Thank you so much for the £5. Only one more dono until we unlock the unofficial hype train that everybody in the stream loves so much. You know what it is. You know what it is. So anyway, we're moving on. It's a Tara Mooney video. This video, I'm unsure of the content one in here because this video is about kids and why hating kids is not a personality trait. So content warning for, I don't fucking know, like what would you call it? Like child abuse? I don't know. Not really child abuse, but just like aggressive anti-child narratives. That's what I'm going for here. That's what I'm fucking doing. That's what we've got. Now, chat, whenever we watch a leftist YouTube video, a leftist video essay, we always share the video in the chat. Please subscribe to Tara Mooney. She's absolutely incredible. She deserves all of your love. She deserves all of your time. Make sure that you like the video, comment on the videos, subscribe to Tara Mooney, and play the video alongside the stream in a muted tab. That really helps our leftist content creator friends out. So, we're cracking on with this one. It's beginning. We're starting it very, very soon.
No thanks. I'm vegetarian is a fun thing to say when someone tries to hand you their baby.
I don't trust people who exclaim that they hate children and people who hate animals. Oh, and when people call babies ugly, please stop doing that. Let them at least try solid foods before imposing beauty standards on them. What the f*** is wrong with you? No, but really, I know that you might have your reasons, but it's strange. And I'm gonna explain why. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Tara Mooney, and this is the only channel on YouTube where all videos are written and produced by a cow. She couldn't be in the video today because she's at a Christmas market. But if you like and subscribe, she might appear in the next one. So to begin with, what do I mean by child hating? I don't mean just dislike, finding them a bit annoying, not being someone who's great with kids. I mean self-proclaim hatred of children. To be clear, I'm not referring to being child-free. Choosing not to have children is a perfectly valid and often actively good choice. You live your life. I'm rooting for you. So during...
It's really fucking important to say, yeah, that, like, she's spot on for a start. She normally is. Whenever someone says that, like hate kids, like, oh, I fucking hate kids, man, like, beyond the realm of, like, either not knowing how to interact with children because you haven't had many, like, children in your life before, and beyond, like, the stuff that she said, it's like, it's a bit of a red flag. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you hate children, like, really sort of, like, hate children to the point where it's like, you don't care if anything bad happens to them. You know what I mean? Like what kind of a person are you? Do you know what I mean? Like, let's be real here, chat. Like, pedos hate children. Do you know what I mean? That's why they do the things that they do to them. You know, they don't do it because they love children, because they care for them or they're empathetic. Do you know what I mean? They do it because they fucking hate them and they want to, like, have power over them and shit. You know what I mean? There's a very creepy subreddit, I think, called anti-natalism. Yeah, anti-natalism is fucked. It's like, don't have kids because having kids is bad. It's like what Lorelai's saying in the chat there about, like, vegans who are like, children are really shit because they contribute to CO2 emissions. And it's like, what the fuck is that about? You know what I mean? It's nonsense. Like, you know, kids are a normal part of life, right? And I'm sorry that you've never thought about having kids. I'm sorry that you've never thought about how important it is to be a kid. I'm sorry that you've forgotten that you were a kid somehow. And that, you know, adults being horrible to you is one of the worst things to happen when you're a kid. Like, that shit, like, stays with you for a long time when adults are, like, just pieces of shit to you. Like, it doesn't matter, like how little of a piece of shit you think you might be being. It's like, oh, they won't even remember it. Kids remember that shit. They fucking remember that shit. So it's like, you know, if we want to make the world a better place, be nicer to kids. Do you know what I mean? There are times that I've found the sounds of small children really difficult to cope with, but I don't put that on them. Right, it's not even your... it's not even their problem. Like, kids are unfortunately designed to be annoying because they're, like, I don't want to say designed, but, like, you know, they're normally naturally annoying, and that's because you need to be reminded, we need to be reminded as adults to, like, look after them and make sure that they're not, like, hurting themselves and shit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you remember it too? Yeah, you remember it as well. Like, it's so fucking, so harmful to just be a nasty bastard to a kid. Like, you know, don't do it. Like, you're not doing anyone any favors. You're just being a fucking piece of shit.
Editing, the cow and I were just discussing our own views on whether we want children or not. I don't mean together because that would be illegal because I'm human and she's a cow. I'm very torn about it personally. And whilst I would never hold other people to this standard, not to get all eco-fash, but I do feel a bit uneasy about bringing a child into the world when it's going up in flames. Speaking of, I am thrilled to the girls.
Okay. We're going to skip the Ren thing. Boom. One thing that I would say about that, like, a lot of people who, you know, think that climate change is going to be the end of the world are just wrong. It's not going to be the end of the world. It's going to mean that the world is harder to live in for a lot of people, mostly people in the Imperial core. But I do not understand. I don't understand. Like, look, you cannot have kids. It's fine. But I'm telling you right now, not having kids is not going to save the planet, right? In the same way that, like, everybody going vegan isn't going to save the planet. Like, if fossil fuels still happen, like, it's it's still gonna get fucked, right? We're still gonna have these issues. It's still gonna be very hard for people to survive. We're gonna have drastic weather changes. People are gonna die. They're not gonna be able to handle it, right? Yeah, outside of the imperial court, not within. Yeah, 1,000%. Like, you know, in Britain, like, you're absolutely fine to have a kid. Like, nothing's gonna, like, yeah, cost of living crisis, all that shit. But, you know, here's the thing. Like, people were having children in the world wars. People were having children in, like, you know, fucking genocide situations and shit like that. The reason, oh, did I say it backwards? That's my bad. But, like, you know, the thing is that, like, you know, you need more humans to fight this shit. Like, that's the fucking cold hard facts, right? Right, exactly. Yeah, the 1.5 goal is unattainable by now. So, like, you know, people are starting to say, like, oh, that's it, that's the end of it, let's just give up on it. And it's like, no, that's absurd. What are you talking about? Right, and of course you can always adopt kids. Sasha B is completely correct. Sometimes kids just happen, and it doesn't matter how much fucking protection you use. Sometimes the fucking miracle of life just goes ka-ching, baby, right? And that's it, right? It's kind of one of those situations where it's like, you know, what are you gonna do? Like, of course you can have an abortion, of course you can do shit like that, but you might not know that you're pregnant because you weren't trying for a baby, and then before you know, it's too late. But at the same time, you know, adoption is absolutely, you know, a thing that exists. The state of the NHS might give you pause from a purely practical point of view. If you don't have private healthcare, putting yourself into a medically vulnerable position like pregnancy feels pretty scary right now. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like, listen, I'm not telling people to, like, go out there and have kids. I'm just saying, like, if you're doing it on the pretense that, like, the world is going to end, you're wrong. The world isn't going to end. It's just going to be a harder place to live in. Like, that's what it is. Lucia, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Everybody, please go follow Lucia Everblack. How are you doing? Welcome in. Let's crack on.
This video. What a good ad read. I'm gonna buy the shit out of that. So, what inspired me to make this video? Well, I happen to be a Twitter user. Despite recent events,
that's the first mistake.
Across this talk.
Leave this happen. This just kicked me off.
I like her wand. I need one of those, you know, because I'm an SJW snowflake. Ah, no, that's too easy, isn't it? Carry on.
I was trying to tell her she has to wait her turn to teach her manners, but she kept staring at me like I was crazy. My turn got taken. I even offered to pay for her to actually play, but she insisted on breaking the game instead. What do we do with her?
Yo, have you tried treating her like she's a normal person? Like she wants to hang out with you, man? Like, fucking hell. What is wrong with... Why do people react like this? I'm fucking serious. Like, what do we do with her? Like, oh God, what do I... She's just a little person, dude. She's literally just a small fucking person. Holy shit, be normal. Like, and just start filming it. You know what I mean? Like, what, you're just gonna, like, start filming this kid? Like, for a start, you're adults in an arcade place, right? You're in an arcade. It doesn't even need to be an extra fucking noun on there. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're an adult in an arcade, right? The place is designed for kids, first and foremost, right? If you're, like, getting mad that a kid comes up to you and... yeah, she literally just wants to join in and play, right? It's so absurd. Hey, Helsape, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, I just like, and just to film a kid, right? It's just so weird. Like, why? Just filming people in public is one of the most cringe things to do. Unless they're being a fascist, unless they're being a complete piece of shit, bigot, arsewipe, yeah? You do not need to film anyone. I promise you. Nobody will remember for the post you made about filming a guy because he looked a bit weird. No one's going to remember you, right? Your legacy means nothing. We all become dust. Shut the fuck up. No one cares. You're a loser, right? And I swear to God, filming kids is like a layer on top of that. right? A layer on top of that. If you think filming someone because they look a bit odd and you're having a laugh at them because of their appearance is bad, like filming kids because they're doing kid shit is on top of that. Like, you are more of a psycho. I'm sorry, you are, right? Yeah, film cops, not kids. You know? I feel like a lot of the stream Kurzgesagt in a nutshell on YouTube has great videos on the topics. No. What are you talking about? Kurzgesagt, I don't even care about saying it the right fucking way. Kurzgesagt is neo-lib nonsense funded by billionaires. You shouldn't watch it. You shouldn't support it. Fuck Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt, right? No, you're wrong. Sorry.
Bro, I don't know what happened. Yeah, it was my time to shine. What's up with kids? I'm not having kids. She's back? It's
really hard. I do this.
Huh?
That's what I'm like.
She's just fucking like... She's just being like fucking a normal kid, do you know what I mean?
So, I have some thoughts. Extra, read all about it. A commentary YouTuber has some thoughts. I want to make it clear, though, that the purpose of me showing this TikTok is not to encourage a dog pile on the people in the video. That's not the point. Don't give them the clout or attention. The point is that this disdain...
Yes, thank you, Lucia. Imagine if people put this kind of energy into things that matter instead of filming little kids. Yeah, absolutely.
Towards children is more common than you'd like to think. It's one thing to say, I don't really like interacting with kids, than it is to act actively hostile towards them. It's rotten. She called her a leech. The person who posted this really thought they were doing something. Not her threatening us at the end, LMFAO, why? You were playing the boxing game. Why are you lying? Why the fuck are you recording a minor?
It's true. She's right and she should say it. Holy fucking shit. The one normal person on TikTok. What the fuck?
Originally, BI wanted to get a vid of me jumping to the last level like this one. But then she walked in the video and made it funny. For all the people saying, why are you recording? Girl, if she stayed out of my video originally, she wouldn't be in the damn recording, LMAO. Who forced you to post it? Imagine going...
Holy fucking shit. This is so ridiculous.
Somewhere that's a hotspot for children. Like,
yes!
I don't know, an arcade? And then getting annoyed when children...
I'm not having kids.
Well, at least there's a silver lining. It's also important to mention that this video has provoked discussion surrounding anti-blackness and how that permeates in how we treat black children. That's
Shafiq got it in one. Shafiq got it in one. Sasha B says, oh, I just seen them from a science perspective. Didn't mean to offend or upset. You've not offended or upset me. It's just that, like... It really fucking annoys me when people say, oh, Kurzgesagt, it's a really good video for climate change. They've got great videos for climate change, because they don't. They don't. They like argue that overpopulation is a thing, and it's not. It's a fucking lie. And they're funded by the Gates Foundation, to basically... Oh! Mitsurugi52, thank you so much for the £8.20. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Appreciate you. They just basically shill for the Gates Foundation. The Gates Foundation is interested in putting money in the hands of billionaires, and just fucking oppressing the working class worldwide. It's just not good. Yeah, they didn't start out that way. Like, look, capitalism corrupts all, doesn't it? At the end of the day, if the Gates Foundation comes up to you and says, here, would you like $1 million to do this series of videos? Someone's going to say yeah. You know what I mean? Because you need money to survive in this world. It's fucked. So that's that. You've not upset or offended me. It's just like, Kurzgesagt, whatever you fucking say it, I don't care. Existing just annoys me in general. So that's what it is. Yeah. There is a level of fucking anti-blackness as well, because it was a little black kid, little black girl there. 100%. Maybe it's because I was a punk and a bit of a troublemaker, but I can't help but smile and laugh when kids get up to shit, as long as it's not dangerous or hurting people. Yeah, same, Thora. Like, literally, that was my entire fucking childhood. I did that all my life. Like, all my fucking life. I'm still doing that, and I'm 33. You know? Hey, Adorable. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. What's good? Decided to leave social media behind in 2022, mostly because of this stuff. Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Patience, so I will leave some resources on that.
I'm gonna refrain from calling you what I really want to call you, only because I'm on my third account and I don't want TikTok to give me any more violations. In regards to your caption in the original video, you know good and damn well that little girl was not threatening y'all.
That's true. They were saying that she was threatening her, and like, it's a little girl. Who's threatened by a little girl? Do you know what I mean? Like, who is threatened by a little girl? I swear to fucking God.
She obviously...
Any kid, regardless of gender, like, who could be threatened? Unless they've got a gun or a knife. Do you know what I mean? In which case they could be potentially dangerous. Like, how are you threatened? How is that happening?
Was talking about that's how she's gonna punch the bag because y'all are at a punching bag game.
Yep.
Like, be fucking for real. It's words like that that get black girls villainized and adultified. Because how is she threatening you?
Yeah.
She's a child. You're a grown-ass woman.
Exactly.
And you're making weird comments, calling this little girl aggressive, and people saying she looked like Jay-Z and all this other anti-black misogynistic BS is why your music career is gonna flop.
I did see some.
Oh, that person's a musician.
Where were her parents? Which is so not the point. Though, that brings me to my next point. When people list what they dislike about children, what they're actually talking about is what they dislike about parents. And this brings me to the infamous subreddit r/childfree.
That's the one. That's the one. I used to be on this subreddit back in like 2015 or something. And yeah, I had to leave because it was no fucking good. It was no fucking good. And yeah, we're gonna see why that is pretty soon, I'm sure of it.
Oh, they're probably going to come for me now, aren't they? Here's the thing, I actually think this subreddit is ultimately a good thing. It's a space for people to discuss and vent their frustrations about the societal expectations.
Yeah, they don't do that though.
It normalizes voluntary sterilization, which I think is grand, because if you know that
they don't do that though.
Don't want children, why the f should you still have to go through periods?
Yeah.
You should be able to opt out.
That's all based, that's all cool.
Is that it has an overarching pro-choice theme. Oh, and I also just find it so funny that they refer to parents as breeders. And after having a read through, it seems that they use the term breeder to describe a specific type of parent. You know, one who's irresponsible, neglectful, smug, looks down on people who are child-free, which is actually a really important point because there's a difference between creating children than it is to raise children. So yeah, it seems that in general, the people on the page seem to take issue with careless parenting. But then there's this guy. I unapologetically hate kids.
Oh my god. Holy shit, officer, this post right here.
Okay. I see people on here who love kids, but don't want any of their own. I see people on here who hate zombified parents. I see people on here who hate kids. That's what group I'm in. I hate kids. I may be one of those people who gives CF people a bad rep, but it's just how I feel. I hate kids. I really hate kids. To start, I hate what pregnancy does to the body. It is gross and not natural to me at all. That is my biggest fear when it comes to
How is it not natural? What are you talking about? Like, okay, I understand, like, if you know, if you have, like, an element of body horror or you're, like, a little bit squeamish and you don't like the idea of having kids. Yeah, how could you say it's not natural? It's how you were born, you nerd. Like, literally, that's how you were born. Like, that's what happened. That's how you were formed. That's how Babby is formed. You know? I have a colleague that is a mum already and wants to get a tubes tied because she doesn't want more kids. She's still not able to because she's in her 20s. There's progress the UK needs to meet there. So she's not allowed to get a tubes tied because she's in her 20s. Is that what they say to her? That's fucked. No, this dude was made in a lab. Yeah, you know what? Possibly. Actually, possibly, you know?
kids. Then there's birth. Fucking ew, enough said. Then there are screaming newborns. No way. When I see a newborn baby in public, I wince. They're gross looking / smelling and are loud. I can't stand them. I have never wanted to hold a baby.
Okay, no, right, listen. We have this, like, idea that babies smell. Yeah, because they poo, right? They shit themselves because they don't know how to use the toilet yet, right? That's why we have this impression that they smell, okay? But, like, generally speaking, you walk past, like, a child in a pram in real life, which happens regularly to me because I touch grass, right? They do not smell. They don't smell of anything. You can't smell a baby from across the room. It's not a thing. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't even work. Unless you're talking about, like, talc, unless they've been, like, overly talked. Like, I don't know. Do people still use talc? I don't understand. Like, it's like, what's happening? Like, what are you on about? They smell weird. Literally Agatha Trunchbull tier stuff. That's right, Mitsurugi. Welcome to the chat. How you doing? Like, what is that? They don't smell of anything. They just smell like a little person because that's what they are. You know what I mean? If they smell of anything. Odd. Absolutely odd. I just know whoever made this post sucks the energy out of every room they walk in. Yeah, this person needs therapy. I agree.
Then there are toddlers. They're learning to walk and everyone is giving them all their attention to watch them walk 2 feet and then collapse. It's not cute. Walking is a normal thing. Why does everyone ogle about it?
Bro! This motherfucker really said everyone can walk. Why is everyone being so proud of these babies? What fucking idiots. I could outwalk any baby. Like, he really just said that. He really, like, thought that this was, like, the smartest thing in the world to say, like, yeah, oh, yeah, you know, babies, like, why can't they walk? What fucking idiots, am I right? Bro, what are you talking about?
I mean, I'm not one to talk. My dog does the bare minimum and I praise her endlessly. Then they get older. They learn to talk and everything they say makes me cringe.
Right, you know how this guy is just like an absolute minority. Like there are people out there who like think that this is a normal way to think, yeah. But you know how that this guy is absolutely in the minority of everybody in the world, because there was literally a TV show called Kids Say the Darndest Things, right, in the US. And in the UK, there was like a UK version. And they got toddlers on because toddlers say insanely funny things. Do you know what I mean? Think about all the memes that you know, right? At least 5 of them are kids saying stupid shit, right? Like, look at all those chickens. The corn song. You know, corn, I love it. It's whatever. And then, like, did you ever have a dream where you had a dream? And did you have a dream when you do a dream? And, like, all the other stuff, it's all just like babies because they can't talk and it's dead funny, like, because you know what they're trying to say. You know? You remember that one, don't you? The Did You Ever Have a Dream kid? That's a funny one. Yeah, the I Like Turtles kid. Hey, Big Dill, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Big Dill, please, Shafiq? If you're here. I don't know if Shafiq's actually here. I think, oh yeah, Shafiq said I'll be back in a bit. Right, go follow Big Dill, everyone. He's a lovely lad. There you go. Really hope the UK version had a better host than the US one. Can't guarantee that. We've got as many pedos and you know, creeps as you lot have, so can't guarantee that one. But you know, the fact that the show existed is legitimate, you know? Anyway. Yeah, pointing at toddler. You are cringe, child, but I am free. Yeah, children are the... You know what it is? You know what I think is this person's problem? I feel like what it is, yeah, is that, like, because think about all the things that they're talking about. They're talking about, like, oh, walking is just like normal. Do you know what I mean? Walking is just normal. Like, everybody should be able to do it. Like, that's the kind of thing an abusive parent would say. Do we think that this guy had an abusive parent that never congratulated him for learning to walk? You know? never like got impressed with like how, you know, they were learning to talk and stuff like that, etc., etc. Like, that's what this sounds like. This sounds like full-on projection. Like, my dad hated me, so I hate kids as well. You know what I mean? Like, I had to suffer, so other kids have to suffer too. You know? Absurd. I bet a kid utterly owned their ass once and they still hold the grudge to this day. It's get good but for life, yeah, right. He's annoyed they're not born with awareness and the complex understanding of the world. Yeah, this guy is annoyed that kids don't come out the puss going, you know, like that fucking gremlin that gains sentience in Gremlins 2. You know, where he's like, oh yes, I think you'll find actually that the complex nature of the gremlin's DNA is something that could be attributed and compounded quite easily. You know? I feel bad for them. Imagine feeling like this every time you see a child. That would suck. That would suck. You know? Anyway, it's so ridiculous. I swear to God.
Hate baby talk. They expect attention because since birth they've had people oogling over them.
No, they don't. Kids, oh my God, what are you on about, bro? Kids expect attention. Expect attention. Bro, like, oh, these kids are so like, they're so entitled. Like, I can't believe they expect me to give them attention at every... Get a grip, bro. This is legitimately like that thread that I saw, yeah, where there was that girl and she was like a streamer and she was saying like, God, it makes me so mad when children feel entitled to adult spaces, right? You know, because like she found out that like a 12-year-old was in her chat. Like, just ban the kid and move on. It's not that big a deal. You know what I mean? Whenever I like take the piss out of like, you know, right-wingers and chuds, saying like, oh, sorry, like, you know, we don't allow under 18s in this chat, so I've got to ban you. Like, I say that because it's like they're saying things that like maybe a child would say. You know what I mean? Rather than like, oh, I'm banning a child because I hate children and I feel like they're entitled to adult spaces. It's like, yeah, I know, it's absurd. Like, this streamer did this fucking thread where she was like, I fucking hate kids and it's so ridiculous that they're entitled to adult space. Like, do you not remember what it was like to be a kid? If there was like a room that said no kids allowed, you would want to go in there. That's how that works. Do you know what I mean? Isn't 12 too young to sign up for Twitch? Yeah, but kids are idiots and they lie when they sign up for Twitch, and then they go into a chat and they say, I'm 12, and then they get banned from Twitch entirely. You know what I mean? So it's just like ridiculous. I think you're spot on about this guy had shitty parents that put him down and neglected him. I think I am. I think that's what's going on here. I think that like anyone who hates kids in that way doesn't remember how bad it is. Like, I was so lucky when I was growing up, yeah. Like, you know, I had like an abusive childhood, and there were adults in my life who were nice to me. Do you know what I mean? And I'm so fucking lucky that I had that, because I have no idea what that would have made me if I didn't have someone there who was like, yeah, I know your stepdad's being a fucking twat to you right now. I'm sorry that that's the case. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what I would have done. I don't know what I would have done. I don't know what kind of person that would have made me, right? And you know, if you see a kid and like, you know, they want to like hang out, they want to like chat to you a bit, like a family party or something, like, don't just like tell it to fuck off or whatever. Like, you know, just try, just make an effort. You know, it's not hard. Just fucking be a bit of a baby for a bit. You know what I mean? Like, speak to your inner child and you know, ask yourself how you would have wanted to have been spoken to as a kid. Yeah? And you'll find that actually 9 times out of 10, you should just try and be a nice guy to them.
I'm not doing it. I've seen a meme about always answering a fake toy phone a toddler hands you, but nope. They should learn early on that not everyone is going to be at their beck and call when kindergarten age comes. Temper tantrums are rampant about things that don't even matter. I mean, I have breakdowns.
Bro, temper tantrums happen. Right, do you know why kids have temper tantrums? It's because they reach an age where they realize that the world doesn't revolve around them. That's what it is. That's why, and they're desperate. Do you know what I mean? They realize that going to the supermarket with mum is a horrible thing, and they don't want to do that, and that's why kids in supermarkets will like, you know, go like, because they just don't want to be there, but they don't understand that if they just like, you know, chill out, that they'll be home eventually, and that the parents don't want to be there either, right? But it's like, I'm 22 and I have tantrums that don't even matter, right? And people still have, yeah, they do. Like, I'm 33 and I get mad at stuff that I don't want to do either, right? It's just so silly.
About things that don't matter, like
even
every other
Tara.
day. So who am I to judge toddlers? They haven't learned manners yet. Come on. I know plenty of adults without manners.
That's
I know
true.
I sound cruel.
This guy doesn't have fucking manners. This guy's rude as fuck.
You bet. But I feel like everyone here has to say they don't truly hate kids as to not get chastised. I don't care. I hate kids and I hate everything about them. Anytime I see one, my mood is dampened and I roll my eyes. I know some of you have to agree with me. I mean, that is just amazing. I hate kids like I hate onions. I can ask them not to be there, but they're always hidden one way or another. I understand why they're there, the roles they play, but it doesn't mean I have to deal with them, and I definitely shouldn't be expected to.
Nobody expects you to, man. Nobody expects you to. No one is sat there going like, you absolutely have to talk to children all the time. Like, you have to raise them and shit like that. Like, what are you on about, bro? It's so weird. And also this, like, I hate kids like I hate onions. I can ask them not to be there, but they're always hidden one way or another. This is written by a child. This is written by a child. This is like the kind of thing that a kid would say. You know what I mean? This is child on child violence that we're witnessing here, right? This is literally like, yeah, every time you see them, like, you mean every day? Like, this is what I mean. Who's seeing kids every day? Like, I've gone multiple days in my adult life without seeing children. It's so weird. Like, you know? Maybe I'm thinking about like a different thing. Maybe you're talking about a different thing, Prince. I don't know, but like this commenter in particular is like, I hate kids like I hate onions. Like, yeah, I understand that some people don't like onions. They don't like the texture. They don't like the taste and stuff like that. It's fair enough. But like, generally speaking, like, you know, not liking onions is a baby thing, right? Unless you have like, you know, the thing where you don't like certain types. Like if you have like autism and you don't like, you know, texture food and stuff like that. Like being like, I hate onions. That's baby shit, right? It's baby shit. Yeah. If you don't have the thing, like you've probably just never tried them before. If you're like a kid. And you're just like, I hate them. My mom always tries to make me eat them. It's like, yeah, because they're good for you, yeah? You know? And it's like, oh, they're snuck in to like tasty sauces and they enhance the flavor of the sauce and the soup and shit like that. And it's like, oh my God. For a start, I understand that about onions. That's something that you eat. It's fine to not like onions. It's fine to, you know what I mean, complain that if you like genuinely have like an issue with like the taste and the texture and it gives you like bad vibes, cool. Like you can complain about people trying to sneak them into food so you eat them, right? But like, if you don't have any of that and you complain about onions, that's weird. But then also at the same time, kids are not like onions, right? Kids are not like onions. They aren't. Yeah, no one's sneaking a child into an adult situation. It doesn't happen. Like, where have you seen this happen? Dave, we're gonna go to the strip club tonight, and then Dave's like, yeah, shh, shut up. Like, what are you doing, Dave? What's going on there? Oh, nothing. Like, what you want of that? And like, you know, the guy's like throw back his coat, and there's just like a baby on a fucking, you know, like a carry-all, like just like a baby in his jacket. And he's like, oh no, sorry. I'm like, Dave, what are you doing? Trying to bring a baby to the club again? What the fuck? That doesn't happen. It literally doesn't happen. Do you know what I mean? By Tom C, age 17. That's not like Thora Star wasn't talking about you there. Muel, don't worry about it. Like, I think that Thora was probably saying like just pulling a random name out of her hat. You know what I mean? I've always said I hate young kids, but that's because of my main overstims is loud and out of place sounds and the fact I can barely understand adult emotions, let alone when they're not talking yet, barely talking full sentences. But I don't hate them individually and would never be mean intentionally to one. Does that make sense? Been trying to word this right for 20 minutes. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, this is the thing. No one's mad at you for that. Like, that's completely understandable. Like, if you can't handle that, you know what I mean? No one expects you to be able to, like, deal with children. Right? No one expects you to be able to do that, right? But it's fine to do that, but also, right? It's not fine to just like make hating children your personality, right? Because kids are people too, aren't they, right? And they are actually like very powerless in every situation. They're smaller than you, generally speaking, and you know, weaker than you.
Random stranger.
They don't understand things as well as we do.
Me will not completely devastate or scar a child forever if I choose to ignore them. What annoys me?
No, it will. Like, if you choose to ignore them, that's that. Like, look, if you have an issue like how AJ has an issue, like, all I would say to you is that if you could stomach saying like, oh, sorry, I can't help you. I gotta go. I'm not feeling well, and then leave, right? That's fine. Like, if the kid's like nothing to do with you and nothing to do like with like your family or whatever, do you know what I mean? Because if it's your family, you should be able to feel comfortable to say like, look, I can't deal with kids. I'm really sorry. It just fucks me up mentally and shit. That's fine. But like, you know, in a situation, if you're like not overstimulated by kids and they don't fuck with your neurodivergency or anything like that, and you just ignore a kid, like, I will never forget the fact that my stepdad ignored me the first time I ever met him, and I was 5, right? I was 5 years old, and I have that memory in my head, clear as day, today. Yeah, I can remember exactly what happened, and I can remember exactly what happened after it as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, the whole evening. You know what I mean? That motherfucker literally didn't even say hi to me. Like, you know, my mum brought him in and she was like, hi, this is baby Muel. And I was like, hi. The motherfucker just blanked me for the entire evening. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Muel. Yeah, I had to deal with that for the rest of my fucking childhood as well. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, he was a fucked up idiot. He's still a fucked up idiot in a lot of ways, but he's better now and I can tolerate him better because I've grown and I've realized that he is getting old and I get to watch him suffer and fall apart. And there's no better justice than that. Sorry, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not becoming the monster. I promise. I'm not. But I am. Anyway, right. So let's crack on with the video.
Is that they stare. Like when I'm at the store standing behind someone with a baby kid. They just give this creepy blank stare. Okay, I have to agree with the staring thing. It does kind of creep me out when a small child stares at me. But I'd rather that than it be a grown man, so...
Yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to show you those to give you an insight into why people are so forthright about their hatred of children. And I think the reason I sympathize most with that I saw is that people who had traumatic childhoods find being around children upsetting. I sympathize with that. It's like when I've ever been in a school as an adult. It just sends shivers down my spine. That being said, I still find it odd, even toxic. There's nothing edgy or quirky about hating a vulnerable group of people. Children are dependent on adults, and they are extra vulnerable to violence.
Hey, Vord, what's going on?
They're often seen as mere extensions of their parents rather than people in their own right.
That's
when people generalize children as noisy, uninteresting, not intellectually stimulating, it reduces them to an age group instead of acknowledging that they're each people with their own individual personalities, point of view, and passions. So keep an open mind because each kid is different, just like each person, adult person.
Some are theatre kids.
Listen, I get that being around children can be tiresome. I am making this video as someone who finds being around children quite a daunting prospect. You know, I'm someone with a pretty dry sense of humour, and that doesn't really land with younger kids. I don't have the energy to play with them for hours on end, or answer their endless questions. But why? Because I don't. But why? I don't know, Henrietta. Go sniff some Play-Doh. Anyone else do that as a kid, or were you normal? I would like to see a shift in how we view parenting and children.
Go clean your room.
It's gonna take forever.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Hey!
It's so dirty.
Okay, who's not listening? I'll get him.
Go clean it. A traditional parent would look at that and say, wow, way to teach that little boy to respect his father, to respect authority figures, but that's not respect. That's compliance, and they are not the same thing. That little boy...
A kid, I'm not going to lie, like a kid acting that is like doing that because he's afraid his dad's going to hit him. Do you know what I mean? That kind of makes me think that that kid's been smacked a bit. If like a dad comes into a room and the guy just automatically like stands up and goes, okay, I better fucking do this shit. Do you know what I mean?
He is downright afraid of his father, and you can see it because of the countenance change on his face. When he's talking to his mom, he feels safe, showing those vulnerable emotions.
It is abuse,
but then the minute that dad raises his voice and says, hey, he stops, and he's like, oh gosh, now I've got to put on my mask and act like I'm okay. I can't show these vulnerable emotions to daddy. That is...
And what is that, folks? How's that boy gonna grow up? Toxically masculine. That's right. That's right. It's not because not enough leftists are making videos on the internet about toxic masculinity. It's because that's how toxic masculinity starts. So there you go. Go to TVI. Hi, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Yeah.
Utterly heartbreaking to me. And if you understand that all behavior is communication of a need, you look at that little boy and what he's saying in the beginning of that video, it's gonna take forever. My room is so dirty. And you understand that he's saying, I feel really stressed out and overwhelmed by this, and I just need someone to come in and help me. If we were to put this in an adult scenario and look at the times in our adult lives where we are trying to spin all the plates and handle all of the tasks and we feel extremely overwhelmed by that, if someone were to come in a scenario like that and say to us, oh, it's not that overwhelming. Oh, like, just get over it. Like, you just need to go do all your tasks. That would not be helpful. Number two, if somebody were to come in and say, you better get all those tasks done or you're going to be in trouble, then that too would not be super helpful. And
that would legitimately make me not want to do it more. You know? For sure. Doing well, thank you. Been lurking, appreciating the conversation. Hope you're well. Thank you very much. Appreciate the lurk.
Motivation would be external, not internal, right?
People often act as if kids not being fully developed is justification for not giving our social interactions
Yeah, that's right,
with them
Emmy. Yeah,
the
I
same
feel
thought
that.
and care as we would our peers. What I mean is that people often say things like, oh, well, they won't remember, or they won't understand when I say that I hate them because they're
I said it at the start of the fucking video, didn't I? I literally said this at the start of the video.
stupid. But they do. I have this vivid memory from when I was about 9 years old, and I was in a restaurant with my parents, and there was this woman there, and I laughed with my parents, did a little giggle, as you do, as kids do, had a little giggle, and I just remember so vividly her reaction. Oh, the look of disgust on her face, and she scoffed. Oh, and I remember thinking, what did I do? People who get irritated by children's joy and liveliness are rotten. I get their tantrums and screaming are annoying, but if you're getting annoyed by their joy, then you're rotten. And reacting that way can lead to kids shrinking themselves, especially little girls. I'm not a psychologist, by the way, so, you know, I'm just talking out me arse. This is just all hypothesizing, so don't sue me, please.
Yeah, that's how it works, Sasha.
It's 5 a.m. But yeah, that's my 2 cents. Go on, have some discourse in the comments. Tell me I'm wrong, but I won't read it though. So if you really want to have a go at me,
fucking hell,
DM me.
Daniel,
wait,
that
I don't read my
sucks.
DM requests anymore. Guess you'll just have to scream into the void. Anyways, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a like, because 1 like equals 1 snowflake wand being gifted to a snowflake SJW. See ya. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Go check it out. Go check out the video. Give Tara a like. Give her a sub. Give her a comment on the video. Let her know how fucking good the video was, because it was very good. Let's face it. And yeah, holy fucking shit. Daniel York saying in the chat, mostly hit by my mum, but I was fully terrified of my dad. He was creative with that stuff. Got bites and kicks thrown in there. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. Getting bitten and kicked by your dad, that's fucked up, man. I'm sorry that happened to you. Fuck me. I mean, similar, to be honest. Like, you know, I remember my mum went so sick at me once that she, like, threw coat hangers at me. But I was terrified of my dad because my dad would, like, get the cane out Like, he had like a cane because my dad got caned at school. And so he was like, oh yeah, this is fine. And he like got a cane out and didn't twat me on the arse or anything. Twatted me on the fucking knuckles with it. Or on the palm of the hand. I can't remember. I can't fucking remember. Yeah, it's genuinely fucked up. I don't know anybody who can like solidly say that like hitting kids is a good thing. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it's, you know, because people always say that shit, right? People always say like, yeah, the old, oh, it never did me any harm. Hey, rap freak, how's it going? Yeah, like, that's what I mean. Like, you do see people saying that shit. They're generally like boomers and that. Like, that's actually, funnily enough, it's not like one thing that I really hear from like, you know, popular right-wing kind of dudes on Twitter. Like, you don't really hear them talking about like, yeah, we definitely need to bring back caning and shit like that. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just super normal for them, so that's why they don't talk about it. I don't know. Yeah, they used to do that in schools. Yeah. Oh my god, chat. Chat, I just swallowed a clementine seed. What happens? Is that bad? Chat, is that poisonous? Oh, it's fine. I'll poo it out. A tree goes out your belly. No! Hey, almost Elise. An orange tree is going to grow in my body, is going to wrap around my heart and kill me. No, that's what people always used to say. German right-wingers complain about cozy, feel-good education. Yeah, we're on seed watch. Plant might grow on your butt. Chat, I'm scared. Chat, I'm scared. I didn't mean to swallow it. Now, listen. Right? I have situations like that, yeah? Almost every day, on like a daily basis. Yeah? Imagine what I do. What do I do when chat's not here? Nothing. I have an anxiety attack. That's what happens. You'll be walking around with a built-in umbrella. That would be pretty good. I agree. Think of the benefits. Yeah, I'm thinking of them. Don't worry. I have a mate my age that trots out. Never harmed me. Stuff around him getting hit as a kid, but I remember he had it so bad that he ran to the police to get away from his dad. It's baffling what people can convince themselves is normal. Right. So I'm going to tell you something, right, that I don't tell many people, and it feels a bit weird to talk about it on a public platform, to be honest. But then when I think about it, I've not actually done anything wrong. So when I was about 17, I was going out and drinking a lot. Do you know what I mean? Because I hated home life. I literally hated it so much. Like I said, I really, really did not like my stepdad at all, right? And I came in one night, you know, I used to come in on time. Like, he wouldn't let me stay out later than 11, but I used to come in at 11, do you know what I mean? And go straight to bed and shit like that. Like, I always did what I was told. And, you know, I was hungover one day, and I was in bed. My mum was trying to get me up. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning or something like that. And, you know, she was going on at me. And all I didn't be like, I wasn't like, you know, mad. I wasn't like going, oh, fucking, blah, blah. I just literally kind of went like in a tired fashion. I was like, oh, fuck off. Do you know what I mean? Like tired kind of thing, right? I don't even know if she heard it. But my stepdad ran in my fucking room, like in a fucking rage, going like, don't you ever talk to your mother like that, and just started fucking wailing me in the face, right? I'm like a 17-year-old kid. This guy's like 40 years old, and he's a copper, right? Just fucking slamming me in the fucking face, just like battering me like that. And I'm like, yo, I'm like hungover, and I'm like going, what the fuck? So I stood up, and what he hadn't counted on, right, was, I know this sounds like I'm like trying, I've told this many times, so like, this isn't me like, you know, therapizing, so I appreciate the love hearts and like people being horrified and stuff like that, but like, it's easy for me to talk about now, yeah, because this is the funny bit. The funny bit's happening now. Don't worry about it. He didn't count on the fact that I slept naked, right? So I stood up, bollock naked, yeah, and stood in front of him, and I was like, come on then, you cunt, finish it. Do you know what I mean? I was like, get it then, you know, you want to fucking kill me, do it. And then my mum ran in and was like, stop it, stop it. So obviously he left, and I was just sat there like on the edge of my bed like, what the fuck just happened? Do you know what I mean? I had like no like idea what the fuck had just happened. I was in full on shock, right? And I wanted to hit him, don't get me wrong, I wanted to hit him, but like in my head I was like, I think what I was thinking more than anything was like, fucking sweet, I can like tell the papers that like a cop assaulted a kid, and like I could get him fired, I could probably get him thrown in jail, like excellent, like that's what I was thinking, right? But like the more and more that I sort of dwelt on it, the more and more I was like getting mad, and I was so fucking mad, like so fucking mad, yeah. I went out and I was like sat there, and I was still like hungover and shit, and I was like sat in like my local town, just sort of like sat there like still trying to process what had happened. And then like without warning, I swear to God, this is legit how it happened, without warning, a fucking red mist just descended, right? And there was like a shovel on a fucking like on a truck or something, and I grabbed it, yeah, and I was like walking home, and I was like fucking smacking shit with this shovel, going fucking I was gonna fucking hit the guy with this shovel. I was gonna fucking shovel this cunt to fuck, right? But I got to my gaff and I couldn't do it. Do you know what I mean? Because I was like, I'm gonna end up killing him. I'm gonna end up like getting done. I'll end up getting put in jail myself or some shit like that. Do you know what I mean? It's not worth it. And I just kind of broke down and just started crying. And then my neighbor saw me and like took me into the gaff and was like, what is going on? And I told her about it. And she was like, listen, you're 17, you've got 1 year to go, then you can get a job and you can go and you can fucking live wherever you want and you'll be fine. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's good, that's smart. I'm just going to keep my fucking head down. That's what I'm going to do. And that's it. But like, here's the thing, chat, right? The reason I've told you that story, yeah, is because like, that is what happens. Like when if you think that like hitting a kid is smart, or it's like, it's going to make them respect you, it does the opposite. Do you know what I mean? I have never forgiven that guy for doing what he did to me. You know what I mean? I've never forgiven him for it, and I never will. You know what I mean? But I don't need to become the monster, right? And do it back. Because it makes me no better than him. Do you know what I mean? I don't need to do that. Right? There's a lot of sort of like, you know, stuff that gets thrown around on social media and shit like that about like justice and like what is justice and how do you get something back that was taken from you and all this kind of stuff. But like, you know, 9 times out of 10, you can't get the thing back that was taken from you. Normally it's like your childhood, right? Or normally it's like your innocence, you know, stuff like this. And you don't get that back by like taking something else that's like, you know, or irreplaceable from someone else. You don't get that. You can't get justice like that. Like you see multiple people who like have had like, you know, their friends and their family members killed by people who've then gone into prison and been executed by the state, and they join like organizations that are like anti-death penalty because they're like, this did nothing for me. It didn't fucking do anything for me in like having this person die. Like I didn't get my daughter back. I didn't get my wife back. Like all that happened is that like another person died. That's the end of it. Do you know what I mean? And it's like fucking so fucked up that people think that, you know, I think that the way that we stop stuff like that from happening is by having conversations like this. We don't stop stuff like that from happening by like, you know, putting those people in jail or putting those people in like, I don't know, you know, work camps or re-education camps or anything. Like, I don't know, maybe a little bit of re-education, but like, you know, not like, you know, Stalin shit, right? So yeah, that's my story time about justice and abuse and shit like that. There it is. Yeah, least violent cop. Yeah, it's actually true. Yeah, like I've heard people suffer way worse at the hands of cops, almost at least. Yeah. People are so fucking insecure. Any perceived disrespect or challenge to their authority is like the end of the fucking world. It's pathetic. Oh yeah, he is really like that. I don't know if he's like that anymore, but he was like that then for sure. Hey Crimson Tinted, I've not had an underscore in my handle ever. You're thinking of Twitter, Crimson Tinted. Well, hello, how's it going? Welcome in. Rat Freak said he had a brother in an awful relationship with his dad. When he was 17, he's a big dude. His dad pushed him and tried to tell him off for some bullshit thing. He pinned him against the wall and explained impressively calmly that he was old enough to decide to never see him again. He started to pay his mum child support and left. Absolute hero moment. That's fucking dope. So wait, he still had to pay his mum child support. So wait. So his dad still had to pay his mum child support even though he like left home? Oh shit! How is it going, Kira? Thank you so much for the raid, you sweet, sweet, beautiful, wonderful Kira. Oh my gosh, everybody should go and follow Kira, chats. She is wonderful. How are you doing? How was your stream, Kira? I was lurking for a little bit before I went live. Kira was watching That Dang Dad's video. I had to leave before that because I was planning on watching that today. But welcome in, chatters from Kira's stream. My name is djmuel. How are you doing? I'm a leftist political streamer. My pronouns are he, him. We're about to check out that same video. So if you want to watch another lefty, watch it. Awesome. If you don't, no worries. I understand. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a good day. Kara Chat says, I hate chat. They barely gave me any money. And they just actually me, and I ask that please you make them feel bad. Chat, you should feel very bad that you didn't give Kira, you know, any money. What you should do to make up for that is give me money. And then I can give Kira a bit of that money. And then you should also give Kira money as well. Give both of us money. That's what you should do. Via the sub off Twitch command in the chat. Also give both of us money via the Patreon. Thank you for gifting a sub to Kira Chats, Vic the Victim. I appreciate that. Yeah, you should... what's the word? What was I going to say? There was some kind of joke I was going to make there, and I've completely forgotten. Completely forgotten what it is. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. We are kind of just talking a little bit about, like, some kind of harrowing stuff that Chat and me went through as kids. Just sort of to do with like physical assault, because we were watching the Tara Mooney video about like people who hate children, and we were talking about like, you know, people who hit kids and stuff. So if that's something that's going to upset you, maybe you don't want to be here for this right now, just letting you know. But I do want to sort of like honor the chat, because like, you know, the chat have gone out there and put their hearts out there and told me about stuff that's happened to them when they've been kids. So I'm going to talk about that. Yeah, you walked in at a pretty heavy moment, but it's all good. We're nearly past this now, so don't worry about it. It's all good. But yeah, we're gonna start talking about this again in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So, yeah, that's pretty rad what you were talking about, Rat Freak, about that. His mum lived with us, his dad lived in a different city. Oh, I'm with you, Rat Freak. Right, sick. That rocks. I'm glad you were able to put that aside. It's so hard not to lash out in revenge, but you gotta go out and away instead. Yeah, that's the thing, you know what I mean? It's like, I would have got nothing for fucking leathering my stepdad back, right? I would have got nothing out of that. And I probably would have got put in a fucking, you know, a borstal or something, and then become institutionalized, and then who knows what happens. I was lucky enough that I was smart enough, or at least street smart enough, to know that that was a bad idea, right? So, yeah, I'm pretty glad that I never did that. Emmy in the chat says, when I was like 14, I ran out after dark. No idea what time in January with in the snow with no shoes on or coat or anything, because me and my dad have been having a fallout over the fact I've been in trouble at school again. Don't remember why. Pretty sure due to ADHD or autism making me struggle with homework. I remember this was after multiple times of being hit before. Not the last time neither, but I felt then so miserable and alone. After a few hours, I just went home and got my dad saying, oh, look who's home. And then it was just passive-aggressive silence and shit from then for a couple of weeks. It's fucking shit, honestly. Like, not only is hitting kids, like, just wrong, just off the bat of it, but, like, you know, any kind of semblance that, like, it makes kids respect you is, like, nonsense. It doesn't happen. It makes you fucking hate your parents when they hit you. Like, that is what happens. So that's the fucking end of that. And anyway, I think we're done with that conversation for now. So yeah, if you were muted or whatever, it's all good. But welcome everybody. We got Andy, we got Mactown, we got One Who Reads, we got Rory, we got Pretty Nosferatu. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? We got useless teammate Huskadoo, professional Pokemon player. We got B Rat. Hello, Hero Toxico. Hello. Bonbon C3PO, Frazo, Engray. Welcome all. Cat Commander. Hello, hello, hello. Rebel Firestorm, Crack Pyrex. It's Dr. Jock to Donald Donald. It is me. Yeah, that's right. A Ghost. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Beanie Gaby, how are you doing? Good to see you. Porcelain, are you good? Vic the Vixie says, will you make us cry? Only with how bad my content is. Yeah. We had that dang dad in the chat with us while we watched. That's pretty cool. It's a great video. What does it say about debate bros when they can't deprogram when the next cop did? Huge L. I agree. I do feel bad. I feel bad, very bad. Good. You should all feel bad. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. What else did I miss? CTR never stops. What the fuck is that? It was about Patreon. Oh yeah, you should give the Red Planet. You should give the Red Planet Patreon money. Yeah, you absolutely should do that. You absolutely should do that. Hey, Risk Inverse, how's it going? Welcome in. Exorcizzle, how are you doing? Those who say it works on them legit got indoctrinated, and I don't like using that word. Oh yeah, 1,000%. 1,000 fucking percent. Right, listen. Anyway, we're gonna watch the That Dang Dad video. It's my old Halo name. I know. Oh no, it's all good. That's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I'm not judging you for playing Halo. I'm judging you for being a gamer. I just got back from something, but what should I feel bad about? Enderpig? Nothing, because you were in my chat the whole time, and it's absolutely fine. Leftism is when no videos for men. Angry face. That's the title of the stream. That's what I'm calling it. Has that worked? Why has that not worked? Why has that not updated the title? I don't understand. I'm doing a thing today. I'm like doing a thing where it's like X is when X. I know it's not worked. I don't know why. Why will it not like? Is it not like something that's in the title, or have I just got is stream elements not working or something? Right, okay, it worked fine when I did it normally. Okay, anyway, whatever. Yes, thank you. It has changed now. It's all good now. Right, okay. So, we're going to be watching... I've just rubbed my eyes after touching fucking orange, chat. Rubbed my fucking eyes after touching orange. Holy shit. Right, okay. It's fine. It's not as bad as like lemon or lime or something, but it's pretty fucking rubbish. Hey, right, what are we calling this next segment? As a man, I think man. That's what I'm gonna call it. As a man, I think masculinity, men's rights, blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's what He ate the seed too. I did. It's gonna grow in my stomach. Don't. Please don't talk about it. I want to pretend it's not happening. DJ Muel, you said no videos for men, and now I'm a fascist. Thank you, DJ Muel. Yeah, that's how it works. That is actually just how it works. You do that all the time after handling Chili's? Yeah, Chili's is the worst one. Chili's is the worst one. Content warning for this. I imagine there's going to be a bit of misogyny in here. I should make a joke content warning of like misandry, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not a fucking pillock. Okay, here we go. Jump. We're watching it. It's the same one from the one. It's the same one from Kira Chats. If you've been watching on Kira Chats, I'm sorry about that. But here's the video. That dang dad. Go and show him some love. The link in the chat that I just spammed. Please like the video. Subscribe to the video. Comment on the video. Leftists need to talk about Mega Man. They absolutely fucking do. That's unironically true. So yeah, make sure that you give that dang dad a like, a subscribe, a comment on the video, and open it in a mute tab, mute it, and play and like and comment. B-Rat's got the shit. Let's fucking go. Let's check it out. What was that? Okay, hold up. Hold up. I got to update that in line with my content warnings real quick. Yeah, this is a bit of a longer video than last time. Alcohol trafficking. Thank you, that dang dad. I appreciate you. What a legend. What a king. All right. I feel like I might just swallow these next two seeds. Anyway, fuck it. Like you know, I might just do it. Like, who cares? Like, I'm crazy. I'm out here. I'm off the wall. You know, I'm radical. I didn't do it. I was too scared. I spat them out. I'm sorry. 3 trees. No, I'm not doing it. I can't do it.
Hey there, welcome to That Dang Dad. My name is Phil, and tonight we're stepping into the discourse. I don't have to do this. I actually have another script about 90% done that I was planning on filming next, but the online left is in shambles right now, and there's only one cure.
Okay, when are we not? Like, you know, I love That Dang Dad. I love you, That Dang Dad. You're a fucking legend. But let's face it, when are we not? When are we not in shambles? The answer is never. That's the answer to that. That's the joke. We're always in shambles. There we go. We're moving on.
Another guy giving his opinions. I anticipate a couple different audiences watching this video. If you're one of my regulars, sit back and relax. You know how I roll. If you're checking me out for the first time, especially if you're on the conservative end of the spectrum, here is my request. Please just watch until the end before you roast me in the comments. I don't make long videos.
You know, that's a really decent request to ask people to do, but I doubt that any of them are going to do it.
I try not to be a jerk on here, so hear me out. Feel free to disagree with me. Just do me the courtesy of hearing the full point before you demolish me with facts and logic.
All right, Emmy.
I imagine this topic
also, hey,
is
Mr. Dan.
really weird for trans men watching, because this discussion often treats men and maleness as a monolith, but trans guys have a way different experience of masculinity than cis guys do. Anytime people are arguing about what to do about the men, trans men are always an afterthought, or even worse, made to feel like there's some kind of spin-off that doesn't count. So, to my trans brothers out there, I don't know how much of what I want to talk about will speak to your specific experience of masculinity. After all, I'm cis, 95% of the guys in my life are too. But I do have plans for you later in the video, so hang in there. Anyway, enough fiddle fucking around. Let's get into it. Recently, a man named Andrew Tate was arrested for
allegedly
being involved in rape and human trafficking. He's often bragged about
allegedly
emotionally manipulating women into sex work, and several women have come forward to press charges against him. Unfortunately for the world, Andrew Tate is a big name in what you might call the manosphere.
Yeah, I was watching Mooncat's stream on Saturday night, and she was like watching that Vice video, like that's an extract, I think, from a documentary that's coming about Andrew Tate, and holy fucking shit, like I cannot begin to tell you that, like, the shit that those women say. If you've watched that video, yeah, like, you know, huge content warning for sexual violence and trafficking, and, you know, it's like regular pimp shit. Do you know what I mean? It's like a very fucking I don't know. It's just a very, very deep sort of dive into like how much of a piece of shit he is, and you know, it's just like, yeah, I don't like jail, I don't like prisons, but if that's where that guy is going, it's for the best for the time being. You know what I mean?
The loose confederation of blogs, websites, video channels, and influencers all centered around men, men's issues, male empowerment, and so on. After Tate's arrest, people were reflecting upon his influence among men, particularly young men in their teens and early 20s, and the question naturally arose, why was his brand so attractive to young guys all around the world? Or, more to the point, what can be done about young men getting radicalized by a manosphere that disregards women's issues, is frequently hostile to queer and disabled people, and is often animated by this smoldering love of violence, often associated with rape threats, death threats, doxing, harassment campaigns, and even the occasional mass shooting. And, at least on my side of the internet, a couple factions began to form. One faction claimed that men were in crisis, that men's issues were being ignored, that men felt humiliated and alienated from the social justice-minded left, and that we needed to do more to bring them in, that we should be addressing the loneliness crisis and the hurtful experience of losing status. We should be creating spaces for men to air their grievances without fear of being ridiculed or being branded a bigot for just asking honest questions. They said that the right-wing manosphere was chock full of guys presenting themselves as male role models, here to show you how to be a real man, and that the left needed their own version of that with a more positive take on masculinity.
So I'm glad that we had the discussion that we did before watching this, because, again, you know, we watched that video where that kid is having a tantrum on the floor and he's like sad and like upset when his mum's there, but then his dad turns around and's like, right, come on, and he gets up and like hides his emotions and hides his feelings and shit. Like, that is where toxic masculinity starts, right? Like I said, like, this is the fucking most annoying shit. Yeah, this is the most annoying shit. Like, I do not think that it is possible for people to I do not think it's impossible for people to change, right? I do think it's possible for people to change, but I genuinely believe that a couple of leftists making videos on the internet is not going to deal with patriarchy. It's not going to happen, right? Like, not only have we actually done that, like lots of leftist video content creators have done that, and I was talking to you the other day, like I think it was Thursday last week, about my idea for doing a video on masculinity, and you know, I think that these are good, and they're good to do, and they're fun to do, and I think that they're important in a way, yeah, but literally there is no fucking way that we are going to stop kids, you know, boys, being indoctrinated into the quote-unquote manosphere, unless, like, we tackle that problem at the root fucking cause. You know what I mean? It's literally like, and that problem is that, like, men do not see themselves as victims of the patriarchy. They don't see it like that. Like, they may hear that women are victims of the patriarchy, but their empathy doesn't extend that far, right? But as soon as they understand that they are being fucking molded and groomed into something that is like horrific and horrible and toxic, not just to the people around them, but to them themselves, I think that is truly when we will start to see like more of a liberation of men from toxic masculinity and shit like that, you know? You could change a handful of minds and that's great, but a single video won't tear down entire systems. Even a bunch of videos won't do that. Like, we need on the ground, grassroots, men's liberation movements. Like, that's what we need. And they need to be starting in, like, youth groups. Like, they need to be starting in, like, youth groups of people who are, like, you know, already in a vulnerable, marginalized section of society. You know what I mean? It's like one of those, yeah? Am I weird in this? I know my upbringing was pretty based and progressive, but I never felt the need to model myself on a model man. I built my super ego from various gendered role models, and that didn't feel odd, but is that usual? And do I need to check that privilege more than I do? I say you've always got to check your privilege. I'd say, yeah, absolutely always check your privilege, and, like, you know, think about how different it would be for a woman to do the things that you're doing. And I think that, like, it's important to do that, but, like, you know, it's not gonna help anyone. You're not gonna help any woman by saying, like, oh god, men, we suck, don't we? Am I right? You know, that doesn't fucking help anybody. Like, you know, that gets pretty tiring, like, pretty quickly. You know, generally speaking, like, if you feel like, I wouldn't say I had any good role models either. Sorry, Dad. It's just the truth. But that doesn't mean that I wasn't falling victim to pressures outside of. It's not necessarily a role model. It's not necessarily a role model. It's not necessarily a dad. It's not necessarily like a Jordan Peterson figure. It's your peers. Do you know what I mean? And your peers projecting their toxicity onto you as well. So it's like you've got your peers who will be saying to you, oh, what, bro, you've never been laid? Like, what the fuck, are you gay? Right? And then, so all, in that straight away, you've got, like, you know, you're not allowed to not have sex. Not having sex is weird. And also, if you don't have sex with any women or tell any of your friends about it, that means that you're gay, and that's also bad, right? That kind of shit. So that all happens as well. So, you know, like, what happened with me, for example, is that I put a lot of emphasis on getting laid. And to me, it was, like, very, very important that I got laid. And I had to do that, you know, by any means necessary. Yeah. And, you know, I'm lucky that it didn't get that far, but that's how rapists happen, right? That's how you get a rapist, chat. Because men are literally said, you absolutely must get laid, and you must do it all the time. Often, like, do it all the time, you know, and it's like, yeah, tell us all about it. What happened? What was she like? This, that, and the other. And then all this, like, bad advice, like, when a woman says no, she really means yes, and, like, this, that, and the other. So, you know, it's like, if you do not have that education there where you know what consent is, like, you're going to end up hurting someone. Do you know what I mean? You're going to end up hurting someone. You're going to end up fucking someone's life up. You're going to end up fucking your own life up. And this is the issue, right? This is the issue. It's like the patriarchy is not like a single focal point. It's multi-pronged. It's in every single aspect of our lives. It's in our, you know, it's in our media. It's in our peers. It's in our parents. And sometimes it can even be in partners. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. Non-toxic men need to do more mentoring. There's lots of opportunity to share insight and advice to the younger guys around us. Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. Do you know what I mean? I think that's absolutely true. I think that, like, there's like, it's, you know, so the argument, the discourse that's been going on around this is that, like, Andrew Tate is too popular because the left are bad at advice. And it's like, no, Andrew Tate is popular because patriarchy. Like, that is just a thing that exists, right? And to deny that it exists, and to deny that it's systemic and is far more powerful than a couple of fucking lefties on the internet making videos about it, is moronic, right? We're not going to get anywhere with that, right? And in terms of, you know, could we be doing more videos where we give, like, more non-toxic advice to men? Yeah, definitely. But is that the reason that so many men are, you know, swindled by Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit and all these other manosphere dickheads? No, that's not the reason, you know? So, yeah, absolutely. I would say that there's something to be said about that, Shakespeare, for sure. Hey, Curly Fries, you described everyone when I was at my school, including me, sadly. Yeah, look, I've been there. We've all been there. If you're a man, you know, you know this shit. Well, if you're a woman, you know this shit too, right? Like, let's face it, right? Let's fucking face it. And obviously, you know, any other gender too. Too many people make sex and how much they obsess over women their entire personality. Right, and that's because that's how men are conditioned to behave. Right? That's how men are conditioned. They're like, you have to be obsessed with women all the time, obsessed with the puss. You've got to be fucking 24/7. And it's like, this is shit. Do you know what I mean? It's extremely shit. Right? It's not good and it doesn't help. That's literally what the right is saying, and we respond with, this violates consent. They just want to be told what they want to hear. So I'm not following Alejandro. I'm not following. Hey, Siparuski. Sorry, I don't know why you got fucking timed out. But yeah, that's cool. 1,500 far-right militants arrested. That's pretty good with the Brazil, attacks. How are you doing? Welcome in. The rape culture that's being pushed by the pushed from these influencers. Rape culture. That's what the right is saying, and we respond with, this violates consent. They just want to be told what they want to hear. I'm not following. I'm sorry, I'm not following. I don't understand how this relates to what I'm saying. It's probably ADHD. I'm sorry, Alejandro. Like, you're probably right. You're right 90% of the time. I'm just not understanding how this relates to what I'm on about. But yeah, like, you know, I would say that the two things that you've said are true. I just don't understand how it's, you know what I mean, relating to what I'm saying in particular right now. Siparuski, yeah, listen, you can't. Here's the link. Thank you, djmuel. No, I didn't give you permit to put a link in. Like, I'm not talking about this right now. You know what I mean? You've come in and we're not talking about that. We've done that. We did the discussion. We did the discussion earlier about Brazil. We're talking about, like, you know, toxic masculinity now. I'm sorry, but we're moving on from that. Unfortunately, there are a lot of misanthropes dressed up as feminists who are relentlessly anti-male. A lot of them become TERFs. I don't think that's true. Like, for a start, there's definitely not a lot of them. Generally speaking, transphobes LARP as feminists. Like, that's kind of what happens. I think that your take there is pretty fucking reductive, saying that, like, you know, there are a lot of misanthropes dressed up as feminists. Yeah, pretty fucking yikes, to be honest. Tate isn't a persuasive person, but he follows a formula that works for making money. That's true. This is always a very weird sticky point for me as a trans woman. It just never didn't seem super weird to me being surrounded by cis het men. Listen, it's weird also being a cis man, right? It is weird, but we get fucking pounded and pounded and pounded and pounded with this information to the point where it's literally like, you know, it just seeps in. You know what I mean? You get absolutely submitted to it, like, without even realizing it. And that's brainwashing, right? You know what I mean?
Short, this faction claimed that the left was failing men, and in so doing, ceding ground for right-wingers to come scoop them up with promises of a return to glory. This faction was met with vehement backlash from another group that claimed...
Right, this is the thing that I didn't... This is the thing that I didn't fucking expand upon there. And Kiri's absolutely right. People are attracted to the ideas that make them feel powerful. Misogyny is one of the easiest means to do that for those that don't have the information to push back on stuff, to know what a load of horrible shit is. Yeah, that's the fundamental thing, right? It's like we get brainwashed and we get, you know, groomed into this way of horrible thinking, this misogynist way of thinking, and then some people go, oh, actually, like, it's fine to think like this because women are inferior and I'm better than them, and actually if I continue thinking like this, it means that I have, like, you know, justified in my head not just, like, you know, exploiting women, but also, like, stepping over them in society in order to get ahead, because we live in a capitalist society that enables people to abuse these power structures in order to get ahead, kind of things. You know what I mean? Like, using sexual dominance and sexual harassment and abuse in the workplace to sort of like get like a competitor out of the way if like someone's running for a promotion or something like that, or using misogyny with like, if you're getting interviewed by a man and say like, oh, she doesn't seem up for it. She seems a little crazy. You know what I mean? Women are like all this kind of stuff. Like, of course, like that is the fundamental, the thing that drives men to go and check out Andrew Tate anyway. If they have like a tiny bit of understanding from the conditioning that we get as young people and kids, then if you start to watch Andrew Tate videos and he starts to say all this stuff out loud, of course you're already primed to like listen to that guy instead. Do you know what I mean? Like, of course you are. But I guarantee there will still be some shit in these guys' heads that says, it's not quite right that I'm feeling like this. That's kind of I think I'm fairly certain that most men, even when they're on that edge, are still sort of thinking, yeah, there's something not quite right about this.
Men were not entitled to coddling by the communities that they've been harming. We live in a patriarchy that centers men's feelings in everything. The opposing side said that men need to take responsibility for their own growth, and that telling, say, left-wing women that they're not doing enough for men is reinforcing the harmful entitlement that is...
Right, like, that's the main issue. If there are men, on the left... who are telling women, right? Women, it doesn't even matter where you are on the political spectrum. If you're telling women that they need to make more space for men and do this, that is fucked. It's like almost Elise says, like, people have a lot of trauma from men, and, it's fine to develop an aversion to them and not want to reach out to them. Like, that's fine. You know what I mean? I can understand if you say, like, if you're a cis guy, or if you're like a cis het guy or whatever, like, you should probably like do a bit more to sort of, promote positive masculinity and shit like that, or like, men's liberation and stuff. Like, yeah, I totally get that. But even then, like, if you're a cis guy that's experienced like homophobia from men, you're not going to want to do that, So again, it's on cis men. It's on men to do that. Like, if you're like a non-man and you want to do that stuff, I'm not going to stop you from doing it either. I think that like it's pretty fucking bold to do that, and it's a pretty bold move to reach out to men and say like, yeah, fucking brilliant. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like, you can't demand that people, do that. Right? You can't just demand that people who might have like suffered from men do that stuff.
Animating male violence in the first place. This group said that men's problems come from capitalism and patriarchy, and that the left should be focused on destroying those systems, not centering men as victims, and certainly not accommodating individual men who make the community feel unsafe because they won't listen to women, queer people, disabled people, and so on. This group said that the left doesn't need guys presenting themselves as...
Bro with a name like Genghis Khan 223 coming in my chat saying, what about people with disabilities? Men with disabilities need space as well. For a start, you're right. And I never said that they don't. But secondly, your username is a guy that like raped hundreds of people in history. Like, what are you doing in my chat? Fuck off. Like, what kind of a guy calls himself Genghis Khan? Like, fuck off, dude. Holy fucking shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I love Genghis Khan. He's my favorite genocider. Like, I love that guy. I'm so, like, you know what I mean? Like, fuck off.
Male role models, because...
If you want to change your username, send me an unban request. If you don't...
Men need to learn from lots of sources, not just other men. And besides that, there's no shortage of left-wing men making content out there. Well, as someone whose channel is named after a quintessentially male role, I followed this discourse with some interest. As many of you know, I'm somebody who grew up very conservative, and I believed a lot of harmful things for a long time. I used to be the thing the no coddle faction is upset with, and have since become the thing that the male outreach faction wants to see more of. So which side am I on? Would that it were so simple.
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 I'm trying to say that, Mr. Lawrence.
I'm going to tell you what I believe, but I think it goes without saying
Hey,
I'm
Majestic.
just one guy. I have an extremely narrow experience in the world, and there's a lot of male experiences that I can't speak to. I didn't play football. I've never been hunting. I've never been sexually abused by an older woman and had everybody treat it like sexy mischief. I've never been an Asian man being mistreated on dating sites. I was never a Muslim man living in the wake of 9/11. I was never a gay teen boy kicked out of his house and doing whatever it takes to survive. And I was never a black 10-year-old boy with a police officer pointing a gun in his face. There is no definitive male experience, and I don't claim to represent even the half of it. But here's what I think. I do believe that cisgender men, particularly in the United States, particularly straight men, particularly younger men, are having a tough time. I believe that many men are suffering. They're lonely. They're struggling financially. The future doesn't feel like it's full of promise anymore. There's expectations foisted on them that they've never opted into. And everyone treats men as if they don't need any help, as if it's their job to just suck it up and deal with it. Do we live in a world built on patriarchy, built on protecting male power, built on protecting male ego? Undisputably. Do we live in a world where men have been the default human for centuries, where things are built for male bodies and organized to maximize male success? Yeah, buddy. Ironically, I believe this is why many men are suffering.
Yeah.
Because while the system has been built by men and for men, many individual men are getting crushed by it and made to feel that this is evidence of their unworthiness.
Like, it's important to remember that, like, okay, so who are the people that hold the most power in this society, right? They are men, of course. Like, I don't want people to answer like cis-het men, right? But like, or, you know, cis-het white men, right? But like, you know, the people who hold the most power in this society are billionaires, right? So even if you are a cis-het white man, there is every chance that you are not a fucking billionaire. In fact, there's an overwhelming chance that you're not a billionaire. And that's not to say that you're not privileged. You are privileged in your whiteness, you're privileged in your cisness, you're privileged in your heterosexuality. But you certainly are a member of the working class and you're oppressed in that way, right? And also, you've been given an ideal of a man that you certainly can't fucking live up to because it's unattainable, right? When you look at, like, let's say one of these billionaires, for example, Elon Musk, right? He isn't a Chad, is he? He's not a Chad. He doesn't look like the Chad meme. He doesn't look like the Giga Chad guy. He doesn't have, like, a fucking squared off jaw and, like, massive muscles and, you know, rippling abs. You know, he doesn't look like that. In fact, he's a fucking loser. Right? He's a fucking loser and he doesn't deserve to be there. Like, do you know what I mean? Everybody can see that. It's so obvious, right? And so it's like the lie, you know what I mean? The lie that you are literally like, oh, you know, I should be there. I should have that. And you know, everybody gets sold this lie. Like, everybody gets sold this lie, but some people realize it's a lie earlier than others. I think cishet men, especially cishet white men, you know, are actually like gonna be finding that out later, right? But everybody is aware of this lie that life goes like this. You go to school, you learn a thing you like to do, you go to work doing the thing that you like to do, you get rich, you get a house, a happy family, and then that's that, right? That's the lie. That's the lie of capitalism. It's the lie of cis heteronormative patriarchy, right? It doesn't fucking work like that. The world isn't like that. And so most people, I think, when they get into their like early 20s, if we're talking about cishet white men particularly, they go, oh, it's all bollocks, but they can't reckon with it. You know what I mean? So it becomes like jokeification. And Feek talked about this in his video on you know, the manosphere and masculinity, dissecting the manosphere and all that kind of stuff, right? So I think that is something to consider in terms of like, in terms of like, you know, the difference between men who are in power and men who are like fully just like not, they don't even realize that they're not even close to being in power. Like, they have power over certain people in society, like in terms of like, they're going to get ahead more than like, you know, a black woman, for example, and they're gonna actually be able to like, you know, they don't have to like change their name to get a job, right? So that, I think that's like the important thing to consider. Like when we're talking about the men who are miserable, it's them, right? It's those guys. And it isn't even necessarily cis-het white men. This can be cis-het black men. This can be just like cis men, right? In general kind of thing. So yeah.
Within the patriarchy, masculinity is something fragile, something that can be built up and squandered, something that can be bestowed and taken away. Within the patriarchy, masculinity is something that must be policed, enforced, guarded, and surveilled. In a patriarchy, if you're not being a man in the correct way, you lose out on access to the privileges and benefits that the system was hoarding for you. But what is masculinity? It can't be purely biological, because otherwise, how could it be reinforced or taken away? If it was purely biological, men wouldn't have to prove their manliness or protect it. In the interest of time and simplicity, I am not going to attempt to drop some gender theory into the mix. Longtime fans of the channel know I'm a butler bro. If you know, you know. Instead, I'm going to tell you my theory of what masculinity isn't. First and foremost, masculinity isn't a disease. It's not a character defect. It's not a soul sickness. It's not something to be ashamed of and not something to be stamped out of people. But more to my main point, there's something that masculinity is being confused with, often intentionally by bad actors online, and this confusion, this lie about masculinity, is making men fucking miserable. Are you ready? Masculinity is not control.
Hell yeah.
When I think back on the informal male education that I received from men in my family, men in my childhood churches, male friends, and men on talk radio thinking the big deep thoughts, again and again I come back to the idea that to be a good man, a proper man, is to be in control. Sometimes this is inward focused. A real man is in control of his emotions, in control of his passions. He's the master of his body, pushing it to feats of strength. He is the master of his mind, unwavering, unbending, unbroken. Other times this is outward focused. A real man is in control of his environment. He's the life of the party, making everyone laugh. The suave lover, enticing the one he desires. The respected boss.
Like this is it's fucking with me so much, because it is like, yeah, this is what they say to you. This is what they say to you when you're a man. It's like, yeah, you're never allowed to just like sit there and take a back seat. Like you've always got to be doing something, and that's where you get like, you know, we saw the picture of the guy, we saw the video with the guy just there, like the clip where like a guy is like strumming a guitar at the party. Nobody actually likes that guy, which is why it was such a good image to use for this fucking lie. Like nobody likes that guy. You know what I mean? Like, right? You know, no one wants to hear you play fucking Wonderwall at the party, right? No one wants to hear you play any song at the party. But B, you don't have to play Wonderwall at the party. Like, why do you need other people to like? What? Not only why do you need other people to appreciate the fact that you're like playing a song? Like, you could just like learn guitar on your own, you know, and do that shit by yourself in your room and love yourself for it, right? But also like you could write your own song, and it'd be better than Wonderwall. And I know that for a fact, because every song is better than Wonderwall.
Breadwinning husband, the protector of his domain, the wise captain steering the ship. If I'm a man and it's my duty to maximize my masculinity, then it must be my duty to take control. I must be entitled to control. And here's the funny thing about control. It's a finite resource. There's only so much to go around, particularly when it comes to external control. For some to have it, others must not. So if I don't have it, I gotta go get it.
Right.
And if I do have it, someone might try to take it from me, and I have to be stronger, richer, and more powerful, or at least
that's right, Majestic.
I am, so that I'm not an easy target. And unfortunately, somewhere along the way, men picked up the idea that while being too emotional wasn't manly, there was one emotion that didn't really count against you, especially if someone was trying to target you. Anger. When a man sees injustice, when a man sees someone taking something that doesn't belong to them.
Friezo, I hate that so much. For a minute, I thought Friezo was just being really nice to me. Like, I feel that maybe Muel could be the one to save masculinity, but he's like doing a Wonderwall lyric. Fucking hell.
When someone is threatening a man's castle, the only proper response is righteous anger. I am someone who personally struggles with anger. It ignites in me almost instantly, like oily rags just spontaneously combusting.
Now everybody's doing it. Hi, Lorcan. How's it going?
As I've spent time reflecting on the side of myself, I've come to realize that what makes me explode is when I feel like I'm not in control of a situation.
Hey, Willada.
When I feel powerless. To be angry, to smash something, to yell.
It's okay. I love you too, mate.
This feels like taking control back. What's that, IKEA bookshelf? You don't want to assemble easily? Well, now you're a pile of rubble. How do you like that? Fuck you, I win. So, where am I going with this? To go back to our two debating factions from earlier, I agree with the male outreach faction that many men are in crisis. Cisgender straight men are watching the world change before their eyes as many institutions explicitly state their desire to diminish the power and influence of cisgender straight men. And the days where an unremarkable guy from a small...
Yeah, AJ, you're right. He does pronounce cis weird. Cisgender. Yeah. Oh, there's AJ in the chat anyway saying that they got to go to sleep. Yeah, see you tomorrow, AJ. Thank you so much for being here. Take it easy. That need for control is why these guys get guns. I think that too. I think like generally like if we're talking about white guys, 1000%, it's that need for control, and that's coupled also with like you know, right-wing conservative nonsense about like people coming for your jobs and like, oh, there's so many, like the neighborhood's going to shit because there are too many immigrants moving here, so you better get a gun to like defend your property and shit, you know, like it's all that bullshit. So there's like a lot of that, and it, you know, it's not just why men buy guns, it's also why men like do martial arts. It's also why men do you know, things like choose a job like building, or like go to the gym and lift weights and shit like that. I'm literally gonna do, there's literally a whole part in not my next video, but the one after it that I'm still writing while I'm producing this next video. There's literally a whole part about that in the next video. And it's called Masculinity and Why Men Choose Violence. And, you know, it's not just the patriarchy. The patriarchy is sort of like the pretend drug dealer that doesn't actually exist, who says, hey kid, psst, come around the corner, I got some violence for you. Do you know what I mean? Like, when actually the like sometimes the reason, like I would say that probably it's not just the patriarchy that makes men want to start doing those things, but it's also like the fear of the world being as horrific as it is. And, you know, a lot of white cis men, a lot of white cis het men don't understand that, like, that is the fault of cis het white men, generally speaking, like the world being a violent place. It's like it's also like violence that they've experienced at the hands of their parents. It's violence that they've experienced out in the real world as kids and shit like that. So there's like elements of that, and there's elements of the patriarchy being like, hey, I got this like perfect thing for you to exercise your trauma with, dude. It's called like beating the shit out of someone, right? You know what I mean? People publicly fantasizing about shooting intruders is horrifying. It is horrifying. Like, it is horrifying, but like this, and I'm not making excuses for it here. The reason, I'm just basically saying this is why it happens. The reason that people do this shit is because they're killing an idea that is in their head, right? So when they're saying like, God, I'd love to just like get a guy to break into the house and shoot him, right? It's because they have an idea in their head that is like, it's like what Phil is saying. It's like, okay, so, you know, I need to be in control, and I also need to be able to like, you know, prove to myself that I am a man, and prove to myself that I am in control and shit like that. And it's like this horrible intercept of like the abuse of power structures and potential personal abuse that they've gone through as well, you know? Yeah, it's that shit, Gubernor. Yeah, I wish a motherfucker would. Yeah, all that, right? Noah reacted to hey, Cyberquaker. Noah reacted to a TikTok of a guy who was so into his home invasion fantasy. Yeah, like, so, you know, like, I know people who have, like, legit home invasion fantasies where they don't actually kill someone, but, like, you know, they have sex with the person instead, right? Do you know what I mean? So it's like, there are some people who have that fantasy, and it's like, what's the truth, dude? What's the truth? Yeah, for sure. Reminds me of that guy Tim talked about last night with the person working for their parents. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Like, I think a lot of people don't understand how, you know, when we talk about abuse, especially on the internet, like, the term can get watered down quite a lot. But in the same way, it's okay for it to be watered down in terms of like, well, yeah, you know, someone being a piece of shit could technically be called abuse, right? You know, having an argument with a person is technically abuse. Like, you're in an abusive situation and someone is the aggressor, right? But like, I don't think we have good enough conversations about abuse on the internet where we talk about like, you know, okay, someone being an abusive person and someone having received that abuse, like, okay, right, those are definitely things that have happened. Now we have to deal with this person who has been abused in terms of like preventing them from becoming the abuser, right? Because that is a thing that can happen. And I know that because I am an abuse victim, right? Like, this is something that is just not spoken about, right? About how, like, again, it's that conversation about justice. It's like, what kind of fucking justice do you get if you get like punched in the face and like, okay, you survive and it sucks and it's humiliating, but like you're not dead, like you're not injured, like it's okay. Like what are you gonna get out of like punching that person back, right? You're just gonna do the same thing to them, and you're not gonna like get that moment back out of your life where you aren't humiliated anymore. Do you know what I mean? Anyway. I'm going on and on about this, but like, there's a lot to fucking talk about this, and I'm making a video about it, so I'm just kind of like fucking blaring my thoughts at you. So apologies, chat, but yeah. I guess the crypto investing, etc. stuff could also be seen as an offshoot of that desire for control, since you're actively working on your savings rather than passively leaving them in the bank. Yeah, I agree. Like, listen, like most of the, like people want control because they've been taken out of control, or they've realized that life is a massive, fluid, bizarre thing that people don't really understand. And actually, in actual fact, you can't control it. And maybe we're not supposed to in some regards, right? I'm not saying that bad things deserve to happen to people or we should let bad things happen to people, but, you know, people are desperate to control something because they've been taken out of a position of control, right? Do you know what I mean? And in terms of, like, people doing crypto and shit like that, that is absolutely someone who is wanting to control their, you know, their finances. They're wanting to like say, oh, I'm not part of the banks. Do you know what I mean? I'm moving away from the banks and shit like that. I'm doing my own thing. But again, like, they have no idea that they are like completely putting themselves in a position of no control in like a speculative investment market, which is a cruel irony in a way, right?
Could get a decent union job right out of high school, get married almost by default, and afford a house and 3 kids on a...
And it's not always going to be the case. Like, a lot of people will, like, you know, go into, like, stocks and trading and all stuff like that because they want a way out of, whatchamacallit? They want a way out of the what's it called? The rat race. They want a way out of the rat race, and they're getting sold a lie, and you know, it's a whole scam and shit like that. You know, it's that too, right?
Single salary. Oh, baby, those days are long dead. Thanks to globalization and automation, employers have more options. And now that women are allowed to have, you know, credit cards and bank accounts and careers and dating apps, potential mates have more options too. We still live in a
right, and men are sold this fucking lie. Right? Men are sold this fucking lie that women being out of control, like, you hear that all the time from the right wingers, don't you? You hear like, oh, women are out of control. They're doing all their own things. No one wants to be a trad wife anymore, right? And that's another thing that like right wingers are trying to sell to men, that like you can get your control back. That dang dad has done a really good job at sort of like emphasizing it being on control there. Like, I really like what he's done there because it does fit in with a lot of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, right. Women are so out of control, so you should control women. Irish Lily, hello. It's also based on how men need to be the providers, so they're susceptible to get rich quick schemes. Shit like that too. Like, you know, they're like, you know, told that like, oh, if you don't have a proper bank account, you're not like, you know, you're not a proper man and shit like that. Yeah, yeah, obviously women never ever wanted to be trad wives. Yeah, used Valium to deal with being a trad wife. Yeah, 100%. He's an ex-copper. He knows a lot about these power structures from the inside. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I can only imagine like what being a fucking cop, like, you know, being that, especially in America, because this guy's American, right? Or is he Canadian? I'm not sure, but anyway. Yeah.
Patriarchy.
Imagine what you
men
see.
Still control everything, but many individual men feel more powerless than ever, and at a time where no one has much sympathy for them. And boys, I know that sucks. Legitimately, that sucks. But there's a reason people aren't showing very much sympathy, and you have to get your head around it. That powerlessness that you feel is something that everybody else has been feeling for a long time. That sense of being ignored, passed over, stepped on, disregarded, disrespected, and devalued. How do you think women have been feeling? How do you think queer and trans people have been feeling? And are you sitting there saying, but that's not my fault? You're right. It's not your fault, but it is your responsibility to deal with the world that you and I have inherited.
Yeah.
And this is where I agree with the no coddling faction, because they're right. The systems making men miserable today are the same ones that have been making everyone miserable since forever. Boys, you are suffering under systems of domination. They used to work better for you, and now they don't. The problem is the domination, not your decreasing access to it.
Yep.
The solution to your unhappiness and to your insecurity is to dismantle these systems, not rebuild them. They're just gonna fuck you again. Because remember, the lie that you've been fed about masculinity
That's right,
hinges on
Majestic.
individual dominance, on control which is finite, which not everyone can have, and which is always being threatened or challenged. There is another resource that keeps people safe, that builds people up, that gets hard work done, and not only is it not a finite resource, it actually works better the more people that have it. It's called solidarity.
Hell yeah.
Solidarity can mean a lot of things, but for our purposes, it is a social relationship that values you not because you're strong or smart or funny or handsome or rich, not for what you can do, but because of what you are and will always be. A fellow human who needs food, clothing, shelter, autonomy, and dignity. The lie you've been sold about masculinity tells you that you must always be on guard, always ready to take, always ready to fight, that your value as a man is fragile and changeable and forever at risk. Solidarity says that's bullshit. Your value as a man, as a human, is eternal. You don't have to earn your dignity. You were worthy of it the day you were born.
Right.
So returning to the big debate, this is why
I think that's like one of the biggest things that you know, he's hit the nail on the head there in terms of like men do not understand, like it's fundamentally like intertwined with capitalism, right? It's intertwined with capitalism and the systems of power and control that are already there, and one of the big systems of power and control that upholds capitalism is patriarchy. Yeah, so patriarchy, so capitalism, like, you know, you grow up and you think, like, you get sold this lie, you know, the lie about like, oh, you've got to pave your way, you got to pay your own way, shit like that. Like, I remember when I was a kid, the indoctrination happens so fucking soon. Like, my parents were like, do some dusting and then you can have some pocket money and then you can go and play or whatever. You can buy a Lego, right? That happens straight away. Like, that's happened as soon as you say like, Mum, I want this, Dad, I want that, blah blah blah. You know, they're like, all right, get to work, right? You know, yeah, just try hard and you'll make it, which is a fucking lie, you know? So that indoctrination of us being like, you know, oh, we don't deserve anything until we work for it, then gets superseded by this like, oh, by the way, you also need to be a man, right? What is a man? Oh, it's this, it's this, it's this, it's this, it's this, it's this, right? And you got to get all these things. So then, like, we forget that actually, no, we're just like owed our basic needs and then some from the very virtue of being born on this planet. And that's, you know, that's just correct, right? That is a fact. Like, no one should have to work for anything. It's bollocks, right? And then, you know, place on top of that this sort of like blinding, completely all-consuming, all-encompassing, horrific sort of like you know, idea that like, you know, you have to be a man, and that overtakes everything. Like it overtakes everything, and you don't even get to find out that just by virtue of being a person, yeah, means that you are valid and you should be loved and you should be like, you know, not cast to the sidelines in life by any point, right? You know, that's a really good fucking way of looking at it.
The notion that the broadly defined left doesn't care about men's issues and doesn't provide male role models to help guide young men towards healthier paths. We care, but we
Almost Elise says, I think a reason people don't talk about helping victims is not because abusers themselves is due... Not because of abusers themselves, because fear of being accused of victim blaming. A lot of communities have the same issue, like pointing out there's an LGBT plus phobia in the black community can get you accused of racism. Yeah, but like, you know... right, okay, look, I know that you're like... I know you're a person of color, right? And like, you know, it's fine, I guess, for you to... it's not fine. I understand why you may have like come to that issue. Yeah, you've come to that point of view. But what you have to remember is that the black community has an LGBT plus phobia thing is weaponized by white people all the time, right? Because let's face it, there is also an LGBT plus phobia problem in the white community, isn't there? Right? It's not exclusive to black people, right? Queer phobia doesn't come from like white people, black people, you know, any other kind of like culture or race or ethnicity or anything like that. It comes from colonialism. So technically it does come from white people, actually. It does. But, you know, people aren't scared of like saying there's an LGBT plus phobia problem in the black community because they get accused of racism, because like it is a kind of racist take. It is racist to just focus on the, you know, like for example, yeah, I remember a guy said to me a while ago, yeah, oh, nobody wants to talk about how you know, gay men are really into like smooth-bodied thanks for gifting a sub, Porcelain Giant. Nobody wants to talk about how gay men are into like smooth-bodied, young-looking men, right? And that's a bit pedo-y and shit like that. But there are straight men, right, who are into smooth-bodied, young-looking women, aren't there? Right? So it's kind of like that kind of... Yeah, I know, exactly, I know. It's insane. It's an insane thing to think about. It's like, yeah, I know that twinks exist. I'm a queer. Do you know what I mean? I know what a twink is. I know what a clean-cut twink is, right? And at the same time, yeah, like, that also exists in cishet communities. Like cishet people are always talking about how they don't want to see women's hair. Do you know what I mean? They don't want to. They always want to see women in makeup. Like they don't want women to get too old and shit like that. That like fucking drives me up the wall, right? And it's like, you know, it's similar to the take that like, oh, like black people have a queer-phobic problem. It's like, no, like every fucking race has that problem. Every fucking under like the cis heteronormative patriarchy of the world, every single race and ethnicity has an issue with queer people in some regard. Do you know what I mean? It happens, right? And we can't sit there and be like, it's just one of them, because that is racist. That is actually racist. You know what I mean? Like, again, like, you know, the reason that I mentioned that I know you're a person of color is because I didn't want to like sound like a white guy, like white-splaining something to you, but like I have to push back on that because it's just not true. You know what I mean? So that's that. The Ketchup Lord, followed for the smart take. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. The amount of times I've been told that I'd have things done to me in Palestine doesn't stop me from supporting Palestinian liberation. Right, this is another thing. It's like, you know, you get Israeli Nazis all the time saying shit like, oh, so like you support Palestinians, so that means that you hate queer people. It means that you hate women and shit like that. It's like, no, there are literally like, you know what I mean? There are literally like queer people and women in Palestine, right? And it's like, okay, so let's say that Palestinians as a whole hate, do you know what I mean? Queer people and women. And so let's say that that's like a thing that exists, right? That's a phenomena that exists. So what, we just let that continue, like, you know what I mean? So like, you know, genociding him is gonna stop that. How? And also, like, in Israel, they don't recognize gay marriage as legit as well. So it's just like this nonsense argument. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, there's always that, like, oh, they throw gay people off roofs over there. It's like, what are you doing? Like, literally, like, it's so fucking ridiculous. Like, my older stepbrother, yeah, who's like a fucking piece of shit conservative reactionary, right? He, on my birthday, made a joke about, like, queer people in Qatar, right? Made a joke about queer people in Qatar, like saying, like, oh, it was the gays causing all the problems because they had, like, the best, you know, well-behaved, you know, football World Cup of all time, right? And he loves Israel. Like, he loves Israel so much, yeah? And he's, like, laughing about how gays are persecuted in Qatar. And I said to him, I was like, mate, I had no idea. I'm so proud of you, dude, for supporting a BDS state. And he said, I don't know what that means. Because of course he fucking doesn't. Because even though he's pro-Israel, because he thinks he's a fucking funny cunt by making jokes where the punchline is someone got oppressed, right? It's like, you know, he doesn't understand the ins and outs of the politics that he supports. Like, so, you know, when you bring that up to him, it's like, it doesn't mean anything to him because he doesn't fucking care, actually. As long as he can, like, he doesn't care that Qatar is a BDS state, as long as he can have a go at the gays, right? That's what it's like. Do you know what I mean? So, Ketchup Lord says, I want to make it clear there's a distinct problem with hypermasculinity with black men to a point where it exacerbates traditional misogyny, homophobia, transphobia. It's not for me to talk about that, Ketchup Lord. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not the guy to talk about that. Like, it's something that I've heard before. I've heard, like, other black creators talk about it. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I have an opinion on that because not for me to say as a white guy in it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not about to sit here and be like, oh yeah, you know, white men are bad, but black men, you know, like, you know, it's not, no way. Like, sorry, but like, it's just not, it's not my place in it. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Sophie, how's it going? Welcome in. Sophie, please, everybody go follow Sophie from Mars. She's absolutely incredible. An absolute legend. I love her very much. And hello, Discotter, how are you doing? Welcome in. It's not about having an opinion, bro, but I understand. Yeah, no, you know the score. Like, yeah, you know the fucking score. 3/4 of a Red Planet stream. It's true. It's true. Kira may very well be lurking. Tim, big Tim, wonderful Tim. He's in bed, probably. Sleeping. Lovely Tim. He's asleep. He's probably just about to wake up. Oh no, he probably will be awake actually, because it's like 9 o'clock. We normally start Red Planet at about 8, and I think that's like 7 a.m. for him or something, so maybe he's awake. I don't know. I'm just having a nice sort of like mental image of sleepy Tim in his sleepy bed. Lovely sleepy big Tim. You know?
Recognize that the issues men are experiencing are part of a larger network of oppressive forces. And the male creators and influencers doing the very best work, in my opinion, understand this key truth. The people who know the most about surviving and thriving against those oppressive forces are the ones that have been fighting them the longest. Yep. Racialized people, indigenous people, queer people, disabled people, and so on. The male creators doing the best work know that we have a lot of lessons to learn about solidarity, how to do it, how to magnify it, how to preserve it, and that the people who can teach us the most about solidarity are the ones who it has been keeping alive for centuries. Boys, if you're straight and cis and white, your oppression and your pain...
I'm never gonna not be able to hear him say cis like cis. I don't know if that's like a speech impediment he's got. I'm not taking the piss. It's like I'm never gonna not be able to hear him say cis. I might even start saying it like that, actually.
But in the grand scheme of solidarity politics, you're the new kid, and you would be wise to link up with people who already have the lay of the land and listen to them. And sometimes that means closing your word hole for a while and just marinating on what they've told you. Even when it stings, even when it feels extreme, even when it feels like they aren't considering your unique trials and tribulations.
Sizzlers after this.
Men are not always great at sitting with discomfort, but take it from me, sometimes that's where life-changing lessons are hiding. But even though I think that men need to learn from non-men, I understand the male impulse to seek out role models and heroes to aspire to. So when I think about some of the seasoned cis guys that I admire in the left or left-adjacent creator community.
Wait, what the fuck? Cease and desist, guys? Is that what you just said? Hold up.
When I think about some of the seasoned cis guys that I admire in the...
I swear he said cease and desist just then. I'm sorry, gang. Like, I'm so sorry, Phil, if you got like a speech impediment or something like that. I swear to God.
Left or left adjacent creator community. I think about people like Bo of the Fifth Column, a military veteran, Legal Kimchi, a lawyer who loves tabletop RPGs. Damon
I know about
Garcia,
Legal
a socialist
Kimchi.
Christian, FD Signifier, a black media critic and essayist, Mike Rignetta, tabletop GM and filmmaker, Steven Spawn, gaming accessibility critic,
Steven
Dan
Spawn,
Olson,
yeah.
an indie documentarian. To say nothing of like 50 other guys I could have named doing amazing work on YouTube and elsewhere.
Who's that? I don't understand.
But let's not stop there because
it's like an in joke.
Something I said earlier. Even though men have been sold a lie about masculinity, masculinity in and of itself is not toxic, it's not diseased, it's not depraved, and it's not something to hate. So yes, you can learn about masculinity from men who have worked to unlearn the harmful messages they've been told, but I think there's a group of men with invaluable insight on this topic.
Is it Jacob Geller? I don't understand.
It's a group of men who almost never get handed the mic. Of course, it's trans men. Who is more equipped to lead a
video essayist, right? So I know now that I can never watch that guy because then I'll become far more insufferable than I already am. I have to never watch Jacob Geller. I've heard people talk about Jacob Geller like before, and I think that's why I've like put him out of my mind. I'm like, no, I will never watch Jacob Geller. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna be one of those guys. No, I won't. I'm not doing it. Not happening. You're never gonna watch a Jacob Geller video on this stream ever, unless we get to. No, I'm not saying it. I was about to say, oh, unless we get to £400 today. But like, Discrot is here. There's some other people here that I don't really know too well. They might be like secret millionaires or some shit. Someone will just like drop £200 in the chat immediately, and I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking doing it. It is an ADHD thing. It's called ODD. We figured that out, Porcelain. Yeah, I'm like that too, yeah. Yeah. Same way I make video essays for other political content creators to see he makes poetry about video games for people who write about video games. All right, listen. I'm already watching you, so that's, I've done that portion of being a video essayist. I watch a video essayist who makes video essays for other political content creators. Literally that.
Conversation about healthy, positive masculinity than men who have had to fight tooth and nail to live it. As a mentor with a queer teen outreach, I know trans men of all ages as well as non-binary people trying to work out whether they might be men in real time. And you know what they all seem to have in common? None of them act like their masculinity entitles them to domination and control in our spaces. You know what else they seem to have in common? None of them have decided that their masculinity prevents them from being vulnerable within our community, or prevents them from listening with humility and curiosity.
Let's fucking
go. It's fair for me to say that no group of men on the planet has put more thought, reflection, and intentionality towards being a man than trans men have.
Yeah.
And I suspect many of them cherish and rejoice in masculinity much more powerfully than anyone in the manosphere. The Andrew Tates of the world project happiness, but deep down, you can feel the insecurity eating away at them. These are miserable people, terrified of being exposed.
Yeah, did anyone see that? I think it was in FD's video where he was talking about the manosphere, where there was like a streamer and she was talking to Sneeko and she was talking to him about his art, and he started to get like a little bit vulnerable and emotional and shit. And it's like, for like a millisecond, we saw like the real Sneeko. Do you know what I mean? So, it's one of those. Broadly worthwhile take he makes, but it's not like trans men are immune to being misogynist. Oh no, of course. Yeah. Absolutely, of course. Yeah, I don't think anyone is arguing that. Can I have a link to this video? Of course, we always link the videos that we watch here in the chat. Oh, well, there's another shout out for Sophie. There you go. Equalizing Distort says, Sneeko goated. You are a cringe millennial. When last I looked, my friend, I had a platform and Sneeko didn't. So what's interesting there is that you think a goat can have a platform, cannot have a platform. That's pretty fucking cringe, bro. Oh, this guy also says bald L. The only L around here is the love that I have for your dad and the cum that is inside his arse that is mine on a nightly basis, actually. So there you go. Sneeko's on Twitter and Rumble right now. What do you mean, bald ass? Bro, I swear to God, if you think that is a dub, you are obviously 12. And I'm sorry, but we can't have under 18-year-olds in this chat. It's just my rules. I'm sorry. It's just my rules. I'm sorry. What is Rumble? Literally Humegalol. Like, I've never heard of Rumble. I've never heard of Rumble. And also, if you think being on Twitter is a dub, like, that is extremely fucking embarrassing. Like, I've never heard a more 15-year-old take in my entire life. So anyway, chat, there we go. That's what it's like being in the politics section here on Twitch. Very normal. Very good.
Terrified of not measuring up. Terrified that other men are going to dominate them. And
Elon's Twitter, I know.
Manly enough. And you want to pay them?
Me and Sophie had the same thought. How old are you, bro? Me and Sophie had the same thought. That kid is 15 years old.
To teach you to be as scared and as insecure.
Definitely taking the L like a champ in his mum's basement.
I have a better idea, and it won't cost you. Boot up your personal computer, activate your modem, double click on Netscape.
This guy's furiously reporting my stream right now to get my platform removed. He's desperately trying to deplatform me, being like, fucking bald commie bullshit millennial blah 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 blah. Fucking so funny. I've never like there's either two. This is how you know that guy's either a kid or a boomer. It's because he insulted me for being a millennial, right? Either you're old and insulting someone for being a millennial is just like the height of cringe. It's like, yes, I was born at a point in time when the millennial happened during my formative years. Yes, that is correct, right? Do you know what I mean? And that either means that you're a boomer or that you're like, an extremely young kid being like, oh, you're old. Do you know what I mean? Think you being bald triggered him because you look good with it? Thank you, Ketchup Lord. I do look good with it, don't I? Yes, absolutely. We're very cool. Millennials are very cool. Listen, there are some millennials who are not good. But most of us here are, aren't we? The Gen Z's in the chat, the millennials in the chat, even the Gen X's in the chat, Incredibly awesome. Sneeko mentioned, probably under 18. That's true, Maura. I agree, yeah. Holiday vacation is over. Could very well be a boomer. Could be a boomer, Could be. You've gone into batter all down me mode with the patter. Yeah, I do. Listen, I'm entering my Willy Wonka phase of patter. It is what's happening,
To the fantastic Mr. Fox's channel and watch his video on positive masculinity. And then keep going. To the men watching this, especially to the conservative men that made it this far, I want to be...
Got patter all down me, I have.
I want you to be a man.
New game, boomer or child.
The best kind of man you can be. And while I can't speak for every single person who identifies as left-wing, I can tell you that the vast majority of people that I know don't want to erase your manhood. Trust me, some of us enjoy manhood quite a bit. We want to erase the system that is lying to you about what that manhood is and means. The system using that lie against you to keep a handful of people rich and powerful at the expense of everyone else, including you. And boys, that means we are asking you to let go of things that you have been tightly clutching to your chest since you could walk. And that is going to feel uncomfortable for a lot of you. Your body doesn't know how to untense. Your brain doesn't know how not to be afraid, how to stop competing. But unfortunately, we can't take your hand if you're still clinging to domination, still clinging to control. but our hand is outstretched and you can take it when you're ready.
That's right.
Anyway, to bring it back to the debate we've been discussing one last time, I think this is the fundamental misunderstanding that some people are having. The male outreach faction is correct.
Oh my god, Lorelei, that is an incredible that is such a good idea. We absolutely have to start doing that. The next time that someone comes in and says something like, Sneeko is goated, bald L, right? We absolutely have to have a poll, boomer or child, and just don't ban them until the poll is completed. I think that's a fucking great idea.
There is a vast network of right-wing influencers out there promising to teach boys the secret rituals that can unlock true masculinity for them. And there isn't really a non-toxic left-wing version of that kind of
That is good. That is good. Now, that's the real Twitch experience, folks. That's the real Twitch, the live stream experience. Eat your fucking heart out, Germa.
This critique misses a key point made brilliantly by Mr. Fox.
Because positive masculinity is whatever we want it to be. It is what men build together and model for boys.
Gotta love Finn.
Happier future.
The real secret to true
should all go follow Finn as well.
There is no true masculinity. There is no one right way to be a man. Masculinity can be whatever men want it to be.
It's
it can
true.
Be an engine of solidarity and love rather than this depressing panopticon prison of insecurity. Unfortunately, a lot of men aren't ready to hear that because it's abstract and it's hard and it's open-ended. The right-wing grift machine has easy answers. Buy a big cigar, buy a big gun, buy expensive scotch, buy this diaper bag that looks like military crap, buy a gym.
This shit will never not entertain me. Like, we have to make babies not gay. Do you know what I mean? We have to make like having babies not gay, right? It's got to be, you know, got to have like a tactical baby vest. Got to have like, you know, the AR-15 bottle with the fucking nipple on the top. Do you know what I mean? Like, just shoot that milk into your baby's mouth, like, you know what I mean? Holy fucking shit. Like, you could get it in camo, you can get it in khaki, you could get it in, you know, cargo green. Yeah, tactical binky, you know? Got to make sure I can quick draw my baby. Yeah, put your baby in the fucking... What do they call it? The Steven Crowder holsters. 2 babies in each. You know what I mean? Check out my fucking babies. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, fellas, is it gay to be a dad? Well, I got a couple of guys on Grindr who can answer that question for you.
Aggressive t-shirt and buy this seminar that shows you how to walk around cock first and
right, listen, can we just talk about the I Say Merry Christmas thing, right? Can we just talk about the I Say Merry Christmas thing again for a little bit? Because I spoke about this over the festive season, literally last week, right? Was it last week? Yeah, it was last week, not the festive season. First week of fucking January. Spoke about this last week, yeah, because I've been watching those Cartoon Network reruns, and there was like a special Christmas one, right, of like the holidays. And there are like so many adverts from like 1994 where like the adverts are saying things like Happy Holidays. Right? This is not a thing. Like, no one's banning you from saying Merry Christmas. It doesn't exist. Like, yeah, you can say Merry Christmas. Say whatever you want. It's not going to upset anyone. I'm politically incorrect. I say Merry Christmas. God bless America. I own guns. Eat bacon. You know what? The left has, like, no problem with any of those things. Do you know what I mean? Even if you want to salute the flag and, like, thank the troops... Some of the left might think that's a bit cringe, but like generally speaking, it's fine as long as you're not like oppressing minorities that way. You know what I mean? It's like all these things that people have made up is like upsetting people. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, there's vegans out there who exist and they're going to be upset by people eating bacon. I get that. I do get that. But generally speaking, people are not going to get mad at you. People are not like going to say like you're being politically incorrect for this stuff, right? You know? Yeah, Dennis Leary. I know about the Dennis fucking Leary shit. Yeah. For sure. It's so stupid. You know? Yeah, I'm politically incorrect, followed by a list of things that aren't. Right, exactly, yeah. You know, yeah, it doesn't hurt anyone that people don't eat bacon, exactly, yeah. Alright, Base Junkie, see you later, friend. in a bit.
This aggressive t-shirt and buy this.
I will fight for their right to marry that flag. Hey, Middle Earth. Yeah.
It shows you how to walk around cock first and bully other men and cajole women into sex. The alternative left-wing vision of masculinity doesn't have anything for you to buy.
Yeah.
There's no book of rules for boys because there's no gender police to enforce them, because masculinity is what you create, not what you obey. I don't want to help you be a good man so much as I want to help you be good, man. And the idea that the left's only message for men is that they aren't entitled to sex and dates and just have to accept dying alone is, I'm sorry, asinine. The left's message for men is that autonomy and dignity is everyone's right, including theirs.
That's right.
And true solidarity and true companionship and true intimacy can only be achieved when autonomy and dignity is respected by all parties. I once heard a speaker at a conference say, people don't fear change, they fear loss. And I absolutely believe that many young and not so young men today are afraid they are losing status, losing opportunities, losing agency. They've been immersed in a system of domination with winners and losers, and it looks like society is trying to help other people besides them win. What I and the rest of my comrades offer is not some nonsense about becoming an epsilon male that can compete better, but rather an entirely different framework. We want
an epsilon male.
Want to help them become someone
entering my Willy Wonka epsilon male phase,
who can cooperate with those who need the same things as them so that everyone can thrive. Boys, you have heard it said that you must fight for your piece of the pie. But I say unto you, we can make more pies. Bigger pies, apple tarts, Moroccan pastilla, the works. We just have to do it together. And there's a place for you right here next to me. Make pie with me, won't you? Anyway, let's wrap this up. The script is a mess. If you're a content creator watching this, I hope it doesn't sound like me saying that we shouldn't address men's issues. Of course we should. I just reject the idea that we aren't already doing that. Many men are suffering because capitalism treats them like garbage and tries to keep them poor. Many men are suffering from racism, constantly trying to scapegoat them.
I see you in the chat.
Down into a permanent underclass. And many men are suffering from ableism that excludes them from spaces and punishes them for their own bodies and minds. Trust me, the left is talking about these axes of oppression constantly. One of the benefits of solidarity politics is that it recognizes how powerful it is when diverse communities band together to take care of each other. And as somebody with a marketing background, I always advocate for having a variety of material that meets people at different stages in a buyer's journey, from "I've never heard of this" to "I'm all in." So by all means, let's have a diverse community of writers, thinkers, essayists, filmmakers, streamers, and content creators speaking to their passions in the unique ways that they bring to the table, and speaking to the communities that they feel close to, including the community of straight, cisgender men. And we certainly can't expect everybody who's been harmed by patriarchy and male violence to feel comfortable speaking directly to men or being in tight community with men right away. So if that's your calling, great, go and do. Let's just not pretend that we aren't trying to disrupt, dismantle, and destroy systems of oppression and domination. Let's not show men the soft bigotry of low expectations by pretending that they aren't perfectly capable of understanding how these systems are harming them and making a mockery of their masculinity. And let's stop assuming that men cannot be expected to respect boundaries, keep people safe, or be held accountable in our communities. I'm living proof men can get their shit together without being pandered to.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, hot damn, that was a lot. I think the main reason I wanted to weigh in is because I see friends on both sides arguing past each other, and I'm hoping maybe I can reframe this discussion a little so that we're at least all talking about the same thing. I don't expect everybody to agree instantly. I just hate seeing arguments where it feels like both sides haven't even agreed on what the argument is about. Anyway, what do you think? Which side are you on? What do you believe? What's to be done with these suspicious men characters?
Meat grinder.
Is there a gap in leftist content
I'm
that you
joking.
need to fill that can help young men without downplaying their
Positivism.
responsibility to respect the dignity and autonomy of others? Or alternatively, who do you think is producing good content for younger guys out there? Let us know in the comments. And speaking of setting boundaries, you can disagree and debate down there, but if I see anybody getting nasty about female...
No, you're not supposed to... No, you lot aren't supposed to joke about it. If I can fucking joke about it, you can't.
Off to the shadow zone with ya. Anyway, if you made it this far...
I shouldn't have joked about it. Do as I say, not as I do. Grindr is a good solution. Yes, exactly. I was talking about the app. See, it wasn't even a joke that I shouldn't have made. It was the fucking app. It was the app.
Especially if this is your first time here. Thank you for spending time with me and for navigating all these choppy waters. Please give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't, and if you think this is a worthwhile addition to the discourse, please share this video.
That's all right, Porcelain.
Might be interested. Thank you for trusting me with your time. I really appreciate getting to work out some of this complicated stuff with you. I should have something fun for my next video, barring some newer, spicier intro left.
Cool. I think that's the video. That was pretty cool. Really enjoyed that. Thank you everybody for hanging out and watching me watch it. It's cool that, isn't it? It's cool that that is what we do on the internet now. We watch people watch things and react to them. Good, isn't it? Anyway, please go and like and subscribe and comment on that Dang Dad's video. Really, really, really important video. I thought it was really cool. I think, like, the main thing, my final thoughts on, like, the whole men thing, like, the whole sort of, like, liberation and shit like that in terms of, like, for this stream, is that, you know, if there are any dudes out there sort of, like, sat there still not quite, like, understanding it and shit like that, is, like, I think that's fine. Like, you don't have to understand it. Like, you don't have to understand that, like, masculinity is a prison and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's a lot of abstract nonsense that we talk about on the left. It's not nonsense, actually, but it's just, it's hard to understand at first, you know, when you first come across it. So don't worry if you're, like, sat there going, like, that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't really get it. I don't really know how I'm supposed to act as a man. Like, I enjoy being masculine. I enjoy, like, lifting weights. I enjoy going to Thai boxing. I enjoy going to, you know, I don't know, other stuff. Chopping wood, fishing. Like, all those things are fine. You know what I mean? All those things are literally fine. You don't have to stop doing those things. Like, it's just about, like, not breaching the gap into being a misogynist. Like, the misogyny is the problem. Yeah, it's about learning to listen to women, and it's, like, about learning to understand that, like, women are not lesser than you, and, like, that even if you think that you may not see women as lesser than you, that there are these, like, very fucking deeply ingrained programming nonsense vibes in your head that are making you not respect women, right? I still do it. I'm not a fucking perfect guy. I don't think there are perfect guys out there. I don't think anyone's perfect. I think everybody falls into the trap of, like, the bigotry that is, you know, sort of, like, that we are brainwashed with when we're growing up. Sometimes, do you know what I mean? Like, and we aren't gonna sit there and be like, you know, spot on with our takes all the time. Like, people are going to make mistakes, and the thing is that that's fine, as long as you are, like, making steps to remove yourself from, you know, toxic masculinity. That is the key, right? And I guess, like, one of the fucking first things that I can tell you about, like, my own personal liberation as a man was, like, realizing that I'm polyamorous, realizing that I'm non-monogamous in nature. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would always get into relationships with people and then be fucking terrified because I would want to sleep with other people, right? And I think that one of the most liberating things for me that I ever did as a guy was saying that not only is it good for me to do that, but also it's good to allow my partner to do that as well. Right? Like, allowing partners to have sex with other people is, like, quite possibly one of the most liberating things that I've ever done. Do you know what I mean? And I say allowing, but sort of, like, just that I'm coming at that from, you know, the sort of the previous mindset that I was in, where it was like, you wouldn't be allowed to do that, but, like, no, I'm going to allow them to do that, right? But it's not that you're allowing them, it's that you are basically liberating yourself from this idea of monogamy. Do you know what I mean? Like, we have these ideas, we have these, like, yeah, it's a mutual agreement, right? Like, that's what it actually is, you know? What you're actually doing is you're allowing yourself to sit with the thoughts of what you think. Because if you're thinking, like, oh, I wouldn't want my partner to sleep with other people because what if my partner thinks that they're a better person than me, and then they go away with them, and then that other person has my partner? Well, then you need to ask yourself why you think of your partner as an object to be obtained, and not someone to love and cherish and spend time with, right? See what I did there, chat? You see how that kind of like wound it all round? Hopefully for people to, you know, understand what monogamy is and how people see people as, you know, objects and shit like that. So there you go. There is that. Only so half it, but it was a great vid. Yeah, for sure. Men can also get past this conversation onto genuinely interesting discussions of liberation. Yes, if they get past the basics of just listening to women, for sure. They're going from house to house and preventing boys from wrestling. I can't believe it. That's right. We all have a bit of the don't respect women juice. Who've been soaking in it, men much more so. Right, exactly, yeah. Gender sounds complicated. Fuck this. Yeah, listen. If you can, do it. Even seeming small things like not letting women get in a word in is something a lot of people don't recognize. Yeah, if you find yourself like talking with women and you interrupt them a lot, that ain't good. That's a subconscious, toxically masculine thing that you're doing, because what you're saying there is that you don't respect what the woman has to say, you know? Nat just said, and divesting from patriarchy, like, fuck yeah, you're either invested in patriarchy and want more of it, or you actually want to stop it and have to not give more power to it. Yeah, spot on, spot on, spot on. Love is an ocean wide, and what you have with another person is going to be unique. Correct. Took me the last 1.5 years to finally figure out my gender trans still, but I was never really sure about my actual gender. Yeah, gender is complicated. It is. It really is. I understand the polyamorous argument. I have abandonment issues. So did I, Discrotter. So did I. And what I would argue to you too, I mean, I wasn't talking to you like, you know, a trans woman, yeah, in this conversation at all. But if we're going to talk about, you know, monogamy and shit, yeah, and people having abandonment issues, what I would say to you is that it was incredibly liberating for me as someone with abandonment issues too, because what happened is I realized that getting abandoned is not the end of the world, right? And that you are never actually truly abandoned. If someone chooses to not love you anymore, if someone chooses to not spend time with you anymore, it doesn't mean anything, and it doesn't actually, you know, cause any other bad things to happen. But that's for you to go with on your journey, and that's for you to deal with, and you're going to have a different journey than me. Your journey through abandonment issues might not be in rejecting monogamy. They might be in becoming more monogamous, and that's completely fine. You know what I mean? I can take sexually open relationships, but actual polyamory just isn't for me. Yeah, for sure, that's understandable. Like, I'm not polyamorous at the moment. I'm ethically non-monogamous with my partner. Like, I don't have romantic connections outside of our relationship. Like, I love her and her alone. And, you know, anyone outside of that is a sexual partner and a friend alone, literally. So that's it. I think being in an open or poly relationship would be exhausting for me. I schedule myself socially as it is. Oh, listen, I'm not saying it isn't exhausting and difficult to do. Like, it is. If you've not got like if you've got a tight schedule, polyamory and ethically non-monogamous dating is fucking hard. Like, right? That's what it is. So, you know, don't beat yourself up for that. Honestly, I'm leaning towards being completely aromantic, and good. That's absolutely awesome, and I'm happy for you if that's something that you're working out and it's bringing you joy, honestly. Genuinely. I love it when people are like figuring stuff out for themselves, because I know how hard it was for me to do that. Fucking hell, let me tell you, literally 2 decades of thinking that there is something like broken inside of me that means I like to watch gay porn, but only have openly heteronormative relationships. I shouldn't really say heteronormative, I should say relationships with women. Yeah, that's a little bit of internalized biphobia for you there, folks. Anyway, we're gonna go raid someone now. Listen, it's the end of the stream, and thank you so much everybody who has supported today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for the raids. I think about a raid or 2. I've definitely had 1 raid from Kara. Thank you for the subs, and thank you for all the people in the chat chatting around, being cool, being open to discussion and shit like that. And thank you everybody who has lurked as well. And thank you everybody on the VOD channel. Speaking of the VOD channel, check out the socials. That's where the VOD channel is. It's also where my TikTok is. It's where my Instagram is. It's where my Patreon is. Please support me on Patreon. I'm also a YouTuber. Check out my YouTube as well. I got a ton of YouTube videos on there, and I got another YouTube video that should be done in theory by the end of the week. So keep an eye out for that. You'll see it. You'll see it when it pops up on your notifications. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Same Muel time, same Muel place. But in the meantime, do not fear, because we are going to go and raid someone. We're going to go and show someone a bunch of love. We're going to go and watch one of my awesome friends. We've not raided Jeff in a while. I love Jeff. Jeff is an amazing dude. He is streaming. What's he streaming? Oh, Jeff's doing a Just Chatting streaming. So I imagine Jeff's just started his stream. I don't actually know what he's planning on playing today. Oh, Jeff's going to be playing Nancy Drew, whatever that is. I think that's like a detective game or some shit. So yeah, let's go show some love to Jeff. An absolute darling. We love him. I've not seen his new stream setup, so that's a little interesting. Excited to see that. Excited to see. He's got like a standing desk. Oh, I fucking love that shit. That fucking rocks. But yeah, copy and paste the raid message and join me as we go and say hi to Jeff. Again, I'll see you tomorrow. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, about 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. UK time. You can get my words out. I normally start on. But yeah, in the meantime, check out my socials if you absolutely can't wait until tomorrow. But in the meantime, take it easy, everybody. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace, peace, peace.